To the audience, members present, thank you for your patience. We've had some issues with the audio and the live stream, so we're working to get that just some troubleshooting here. So we will be continuing on in the next couple of minutes, and yeah, that's.
Molly, are you ready?
I think.
Good, Mayor, go ahead.
Okay, so we're going to continue on now. We left off at items to add to future agenda items. There was no one in the queue to bring up anything, so we're on to city manager's report.
No report, Mayor, Council.
Okay, and now we're on to special reports and presentations, the Senior Citizens Advisory Board presentation. So whoever's presenting, come on down. I see Ronnie Manus, Senior Citizens Advisory Board Staff Liaison.
Turn that mic on.
Right.
Nice. That's cool.
Get that fixed. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Ronnie Manus, Senior Services Manager here tonight, and we're here with the Senior Citizens Advisory Board to provide you with our annual report. And I'm sorry, I'm trying to get our PowerPoint going.
Control L.
Perfect. Sorry about that. At this time, I'd like to turn it over to our Senior Citizens Advisory Board Chair, John Higgins, and our Vice Chair, John. John and John, I know better. Mr. John Pillman. Sorry, I said it.
Thank you. We're totally in advance.
I got you.
This is
Just the right button.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. John Higgins for the Advisory Board. 50 years this November, the City Council demonstrated the recognition of the unique needs of Longmont seniors and created the Longmont Senior Center. 40 years later, City Council once again memorialized those needs in the 2016 Envision Longmont Plan, which they stated on page 13. I'll read to you. Older adults are set to become the largest segment of the population over the next 20 to 30 years, and they will require housing and services that meet their unique needs. Good call, but we're ahead of schedule on how fast that population is growing, which John will cover shortly, the other John. Those unique needs, in addition to housing, transportation, and sustainability, have now come to include food security, employment, and a need to survey what those needs are. The analysis of those needs. All areas of the Senior Center Advisory Board are focused on and addressing and bringing to your attention. The Longmont Senior Center, as you will see shortly, is the city's hub to gather, promote, and disseminate information to Longmont's 55 and older population, a significant demographic in our city. Next slide, please. Nope, back one. Back one. That one. So the Introduction Advisory Board, we're going to talk about our past and present focus, updates you all on the Food Security Initiative, which we started in 2024, and John Pillman will cover current focus 26-27, outreach, employment, and senior needs survey. Next slide, please. What we found when we began this process last year, actually 2024, on food security, housing, transportation, and healthcare have been addressed by the city. But food security, no one likes to talk about because there's a stigma when having to ask for something as basic as food. So we came to the board last year. That was our focus. The current focus is spreading out into employment, outreach, and needs, because we found that when we asked about housing, transportation, and food, employment and outreach and needs came up much more significantly. Next slide. Why the Senior Center? This year, as I said, marks our 50th anniversary. Roughly 30% of Longmont's population are 55 and older, significantly ahead of the projections in 2016 by the City Council. In the past 3 years, over 300,000 visits by seniors to Longmont Senior Center. They walked through our doors. In 2024, the advisory board began to focus, besides on transportation and housing, on something we found that was woefully underappreciated, and that is food security. As we went through that, we found there were much more demands, SCAB benefits being reduced, retirement monies not being properly allocated. Food security is an issue, and it leads us to the issues around employment and onto other outreach issues. Last year, when we came before the board, actually in 2024, we began to look at food security. We found out through Community Food Share, which is a major provider of food to Longmont, that 9.25% of seniors in Colorado are food insecure. What happens in one issue only, adults who are even marginally food insecure will present as 14 years older than their actual age, which leads to a bunch of health issues that are here on the slides, and starts to impact services in the senior center, which you have to apply for people. We also found from Community Food Share, over 1 million pounds of food are distributed monthly to Broomfield and to Boulder counties. Most of that comes to Longmont. Most of that food, 1 million pounds, comes to Longmont every year. Now, City Council and the city recognize the needs. They fund various groups now for food security. But again, cutting SNAP benefits, Medicare benefits, it's starting to be an issue. Again, it's stigmatized and no one likes to talk about it because why do you have to ask for food in this country? Next one. 2025, we appeared last for the board in May of 2025. We were beginning to do a Saturday once a month food table. In the past year, from May to April of 2026, we've fed over 858 households, fed over 2,000 individuals, and distributed more than 16,000 pounds, hour and a half, one Saturday a month, to seniors only and their families. Part of what happened as the food table took effect is we had a lot more input from the Friends of the Senior Center, and there's advisory board and Friends members sitting here, so glad to have their support. Friends of the Senior Center started this food cart. Currently, they're going through about 40 pounds of food, sustainable, shelf-stable food, per day. We had an advisory board meeting last Wednesday. The carts are filled at 9, and they're empty by 12. There is a significant need for food product for seniors. Next one. How do we do it? Volunteers, advisory board, Friends. If you look closely, you'll see a number of city council members on that. We need that support, and as you go through the line, people will tell you how much they appreciate the support of the council and of the city and the Longmont Senior Center. We really do appreciate that. Next one. John Pill is going to go forward with what we're doing next to cover the growth, what we see issues that the seniors are now facing around outreach.
Mayor Hidalgo Ferring, council members, appreciate the opportunity to talk to you tonight. You can blame me for if you weren't in the previous pictures. John gave me about 100 of them, and I kind of messed up. Sorry, Martin. So I want to talk to you about. Obviously, we've been pretty busy the last couple of years, but we're focusing this year on 3 areas with employment, outreach, and needs survey, and I'll go into why we're focusing on those areas in the next slide. There we go. So I'll say it again. Seniors make up 30% of the Longmont population. It's the largest population segment in Longmont, and it's also the fastest growing. Seniors over 80, there's a slide that's going to come up after this that I think really visualizes things quite clearly on this. But the largest segment is the over 80 population. That's projected to grow by 220% over the next few years. And so the need's there. So we know we're doing the right thing for the right group of people. The need's just going to only increase. When it comes to employment, 21% of seniors 65 and older are actively seeking work. I found a study, it's not in the slide here, but that's double what it was in 1985. about 11% of seniors over 65 were still employed in 85, and now it's 21%. So obviously it's becoming critical. ZipRecruiter, I did some Googling this morning. ZipRecruiter report this year says that 42% of people 60 plus that were surveyed will never fully stop working. It's getting pretty serious, folks. So anything we can do to help with employment, we're going to try to do. The last thing I want to say is that with this growing population, outreach is critical. So we're really trying to make the senior center more aware to our senior community. There are quite a few that come through the doors. There could be more, but there's some other things we can do that, as far as outreach goes, that actually go way beyond just bringing them into the senior center. It's us going out in the community. Go to the next slide. So, picture says 1,000 words. We're a big part of Longmont, and we're going to become an even bigger part of Longmont. So, it just says what, to me at least, it really underscores the worth and the value of the senior center, and just how much more it's going to be critical in our future. You probably hear from Ronnie a lot that the two things that he needs are space and people, and you can understand that if the population's increasing by this much, space and people are going to be just so critical to the operation of our senior center. Next slide. So as far as outreach goes, there's a couple things we're doing. One is we're starting to partner up with the Chamber of Commerce, and we're going to some Chamber of Commerce events, and we're talking to the employees, and we're asking them what they're doing to hire seniors. I talked to, I was at a job fair that Workforce held. We're also partnering with Workforce, and met a woman there who was in charge of about 18 different banks. She worked for BMO Bank. She was in charge of 18 different branches. And she's like, we love seniors. Because they're reliable, they work part-time, and we need part-time employees, especially as tellers. So we do see a really big opportunity there. Just so y'all know, there's a job fair that's taking place at the Senior Center September 15th. So we're already starting to plan to do some outreach there to try to get as many employers as possible to come. Next slide. The other thing we're doing is we're going to the Longmont Housing Authority properties, especially the ones that focus on seniors or their senior-focused housing, and letting them know who we are, what we do, and let them know that we're available for them. Marta has been heading up some things more recently with the Latino community to make sure that they are aware of what we do with the senior centers too, because what we can do for non-speaking, we can do for Latinos as well at the senior center. We have a lot of bilingual employees on staff as well. So, yeah. So I mentioned about the needs survey. So if you've got this massive population coming through and massive growth in the senior community, we need to understand what they're doing. So our goals and objectives here, assess the needs, identify what services and programs are working and perhaps not working or not fully utilized, and then we'll submit that to the City Council for your consideration. I will say, and if you go to the next slide, we were able to get some questions added to the community survey this year. There were about 6 questions that we were able to, working with, I believe it was Lynn Yarney with the city. And so there are, and what we'd like to do is make sure that as those surveys come out, that there's more opportunity for us to focus on seniors and gather more data on what our seniors are needing in our communities. Okay. So in summary, we've got a 50-year track record. We've been around a long time. I like to believe that's because we're doing something right. As John stated and I've stated, our 55 plus, especially our 60 plus, is the largest population segment we have in Longmont, and it's the largest and fastest growing population segment in Longmont. And your board is committed to serving the needs of Longmont and serving the needs of our community. Can you just raise your hand if you're part of either the Friends or you're part of the Longmont Advisory Board? So I think most of our folks are represented. Yay. There you go. Okay. Anyway, do you have any questions, or do you feel like is there something we're missing? Do you feel like something we could be doing better?
Well, thank you for the presentation. This was great, and thank you Friends of the Senior Center and the Senior Center Advisory Board folks for all your work and commitment. You know, I have occasionally come in and helped with the food distribution and just all the hands on deck, and it's amazing. It's what makes Longmont great. So I love it. Councilmember Christ.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, John and Mr. Manas. I do have a couple of questions. Well, first, a couple of comments. First, I was happy to see that you get food from the growing gardens, because we're very much invested in continuing that project there by the YMCA. And I just want to point it out to my fellow counselors how important that is, not just to the senior center, but to other communities as well in Longmont. And we just want your input. In my ward, I have about 5 different senior housing facilities. And I'm wondering about transportation, because none of the buses go by any of those buildings. And how do they get down to the senior center? Or are you considering maybe having an extension or satellite up near some of those facilities? Some of them are housing authority properties.
When we first looked at doing this in 2025, transportation was an issue to get out to solve that problem. And we wanted to look at the patterns of people coming before we got out to find transportation. Now that we have some numbers, we can come forward and try to do that with the city or with the senior center. So it's in process at this point.
Okay, so you're going to attack that. Also, I think senior citizens are the best to hire. For one, you're part of a generation that can actually talk on the phone. Okay, this is serious. But when I've talked about advertising at the senior center, I have to come up with a flyer, and the problem is that people need help to prepare a flyer. You know what I mean? Because we're looking for administrative help usually with clients that I work with and what have you. So I'm just wondering if there's an easier way, if there's a way we can have a billboard or some place to a website to post on quickly. This is what we're looking for. Administrative assistant to do this for part-time, call this number.
Well, there's a couple different ways. There's a what's happening that goes out every 2 weeks out of the senior center.
Okay.
We also have a billboard where you can post flyers of any sort to make it available to people that come to us right by the door to the senior center. Anything else?
Diane, I also wanted to do a shout out real quick to Longmont Food Rescue, right? Because they're a huge partner with us and have been really critical to our success. They're the ones that provide the food on Saturdays, as you probably know.
Yeah.
That 16,000 pounds comes delivered by them to us.
Nice.
So, extraordinary organization.
Is that convenient for seniors to get down to the senior center to do that? I know it's packed every month that it comes around, right? But I'm just wondering, we have this problem in all sectors that our town is grown wide and tall. So how do we get to all the outside areas of town? And most of our facilities are central. So I'm just wondering, are you getting people coming in from those 4 corners of the town, or?
I think most of the people come are within a certain radius of the senior center, just because of transportation or whatever.
Right.
But we open at 10 for delivery, and there are people arriving at 8 to be ready for that.
Yeah.
I think as part of the issue with getting transportation is, can we get enough food in there to support that? So it's a balancing act at all times for us.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Thank you for your presentation and for your input.
With that, I'd like to also add the work that the advisory board did to take a look at what opportunities currently existed at that time before making the recommendation to have this service provided out of the senior center. Meaning when we're looking at those resources available, we were in a position where seniors did not have access to those opportunities. So the recommendation for the advisory board was we should do this out of the senior center to make it more accessible within the community.
So it's a beginning, and then it can grow from there.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
That's our hope.
Okay. Great. Thank you for all your hard work.
Thank you.
I do want to point out, Councilmember Popkin gets to see everything firsthand, the hard work, time, energy this advisory board puts into just everything they do. You know, you had an opportunity to learn about the groundwork they do in our community, the conversations they have at the advisory board meetings, and the work they do outside of that. The research that John Pillman has done on employment, the research John Higgins has done for food security, and everything in between with the advisory board as a whole. This group is very dedicated to providing support for seniors in our community and making sure that they're moving forward recommendations that can help make life better for seniors when everything's so tough right now. So for that, I just want to say thank you to the advisory board and the work they do with our friends at the Longmont Senior Center just to make a difference for seniors in our community.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Marcy.
We've got more for you.
Yeah, don't
No,
go
we got
back and
green
sit down.
lights.
We're not done.
We got green lights all the way up here for y'all. We got
I
questions.
think so, yeah.
So first of all, thank you both so much, and thanks to all the members of the advisory board. I am a nerd who, when I'm driving around, will listen to our advisory boards and watches at least some of most of their meetings. The work you all are doing is exceptional, and the organization that you have for your advisory board and the time that is very evident that you put in is exceptional. So thank you for the work that I know that you're doing, because the discussions are always interesting. I learn something every time I engage with them, and thank you for that work. I did have a question that was actually raised kind of on the transportation point, and I understand that you're not, it's not a data point necessarily, it's more anecdotal information about senior access specifically for our microtransit service, Ride Longmont. I'm curious, generally, how accessible do you view that service is for the seniors that the senior center is serving? And this may be a staff question as well. Because we talk about barriers to access and ways to make sure that we're expanding and we're looking at expanding and et cetera, et cetera. So I wanted to ask about Ride Longmont specifically. How much is it used, would you say? Has it been a conversation with the advisory board at all to kind of make those connections?
I can probably speak to it from another volunteer opportunity I do. So I work with the SCTC, the tech lab folks. So we have people that come in, right, that have computer issues. And I would say that there's I don't have the numbers, but I would say that out of the hundreds of people I've helped, there's been a significant number of those that use Ride Longmont to get in there, to meet with the SCTC lab folks. So if that's, for what that's worth, they're using it to come into the senior center for that activity at least.
Yeah, that's helpful. Yeah.
Further on that, when we started doing this, we had no idea about what participation would be like. Now we have a year, almost 16 months of data. The city said to us, Ronnie said to us, others said to us, give us the numbers and we'll help in any way we can. So I think transportation's out there. We just have to be able to say what we need and what we need it for.
I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Councilmember Prieto.
Thank you guys so much for all the work that you do. In a lot of the spaces that I attend, and when we're having conversations around seniors, and one thing that I hear just commonly from people outside of Longmont is, you guys have the best senior center ever. And so kudos to you guys that not only do the residents here understand and see the hard work that's going in and the services that's being provided to them, but people outside of Longmont are seeing, looking at you guys as kind of like, how do we become more like Longmont Senior Center? So another way that Longmont's leading is via its senior center. So big congratulations to you guys. I'm also happy to see that one of the focus areas is helping to connect seniors to employment. That's huge. It's such a gap in our community, and I was trying to say the word in my head, but the state demographer, what is it?
Yeah.
Did I say that right?
Yes.
They were talking about, when I went to that event, how we had an aging population and our workforce was essentially going to go away. But hey, our seniors can work too, and they're some of the hardest workers. My mom's 62 and she runs circles around me. I thought, she's one of the hardest working people that I know, and so definitely a need there, and especially just to kind of subsidize the additional income that seniors need these days to meet the extra grocery costs or unexpected, emergencies that might arise. So that's really exciting, and I can say that I saw that event that the Senior Center is going to be hosting for the jobs fair, and I sent her an invite. So I'll see you guys there because I'm gonna go with her. So I'm excited to see how that goes and further get the word out in some of the community spaces that I'm already a part of to see how can we strengthen this moving forward and how can council support you guys in that. So that's huge. Also just looking at some of the going back to helping seniors be competitive and marketable in these spaces, in a world of AI and where people, employers use algorithms on resumes and things like that. Seniors sometimes don't have that knowledge, and so it's going to be really important that we're, getting ahead of the game and really helping them in that area. So that's pretty much it. I just wanted to thank you for all your hard work. I'm excited to support you in any way that I can, get the word out, and then I'll see you at the event.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Kalkofer.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you both for the presentation. Thank you to the advisory board. Thank you for also the Longmont Food Rescue for the great work and all the volunteers that go to that. I've had the pleasure with going with my family to that event, and it's very heartwarming. Something that's concerning is, you saying that the food cart that's there every day is filled by 9 and gone by noon, and also that food distribution is only once a month. Are we not providing enough opportunities for food distribution? Is once a month enough for distributing food?
It's probably, it's never enough, right? But I think we need to keep in mind that, again, we partner with Longmont Food Rescue. The number of locations that they do food drives, right? We're one of many, right? And we're senior focused, as John said. But they do an incredible number of food drives. In fact, I'm going to be distributing food for them next week to various locations where they're going to be doing food drives. So there are plenty of never enough, right? But there are other opportunities for seniors to have access to food throughout the week and throughout the month than just the senior center. Now, that being said, if it was in a perfect world, it'd be great if we could do it every weekend. But I think realistically, we make a difference, and I think there are other opportunities throughout Longmont as well that do.
And I know that Meals on Wheels is also in the senior center, and I had the pleasure of doing a ride-along once before. Do we know how many of the participants that come to the senior center also go to Meals on Wheels? Julie?
Well, interestingly enough, where we put the food carts is right outside the cafe where they do serve the food. So I'm guessing a lot of those people pick up a snack or pick up shelf-stable items when they come out. So I think there's a good collaboration that way, and they've been very supportive of the food table as far as storing food, whatever, for us. But to answer your question, the easy answer is, as John said, that we can always use more. But then we have issues with transportation or whatever. But I think we'd like to come back to the council at some point with a plan on how to reach out and be a little more effective. There are other city facilities where we might be able to set this up, but it's a lot more planning. And now we have the data to show what's happening, especially with the growth in population. The need is only going to grow.
Great. Thank you all. Really appreciate your time.
With that, Meals on Wheels annual numbers increase every year, whether it be on-site services or delivery. They see the same huge increases every single year. Our door click count last year, we had 11,000 more visits. They're seeing those huge numbers as well. So we're both kind of trying to figure out what we could do to again meet the various needs of our seniors in our community, and we're really outgrowing our cafeteria space right now with that. So they're scratching their brain right now. Do they need to just move to delivery, right? And to meet the needs of more seniors who can't not only come into this senior center, but even if they are there, there's not a place to sit. There's sometimes where we have to open up our classrooms. If there's a classroom available at that time, we'll put some tables in those classrooms as an overflow location for our senior participants to eat.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Popkin.
Thank you, Mayor. John, I appreciate that you guys brought up the survey results. I think we're really eager to see the community survey feedback as well. And I'll just let my fellow council members know that this group is very eager to dig into that data too. So we're very much looking forward to that. The folks on the Senior Citizen Advisory Board do so much. The monthly meetings are merely a snapshot of kind of what, not their responsibilities, but what they actually to in the role, and it's so greatly appreciated from attending regional meetings on different topics, outreach that you spoke to, John, the thoughtful meeting structure. You guys run well-run meetings. It's a pleasure to be part of those, and so much more. So thank you for your thoughtfulness, your inquisitiveness, your curiosity, and your time. And thanks for coming tonight. Just as a PSA for everyone here, as a reminder, you don't have to be named John to serve on the Senior Citizens Advisory Board. I do have a question for one or both of you. If people walked away learning one new thing from tonight or about the Senior Center and the senior citizen population, what do you want that to be?
That Longmont cares. That's what I want people to know. I don't know if I want to spread that word too far in Longmont, what to see, but the Longmont does care. Council members show up, advisory board members, people from the community, Longmont Food Rescue.
Yeah.
It's a group effort. It doesn't happen in a vacuum. So, yeah, Longmont cares.
Yeah, and I'll just add to, there was a comment made earlier about, I think it was you, Councilmember Prieto, that other communities look to the Longmont Senior Center. We're appreciated. I mean, people know what a valuable resource the Longmont Senior Center is, and they appreciate it, and it makes our job easy because we know we know that they love what we do. So.
Okay, thank you very much.
And Council Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. Ronnie, John, and the whole Senior Citizen Advisory Board. I want to thank you all for coming down here and really talking about the need of the community. It's despicable that we live in a country that we have such great need, and that I want to just thank you all for all the work you do and the Community Share group does as well, because it's just it's such a needed experience to be there and help people who really are appreciative, and so thank you all for everything you do.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for all you do coming out. And I think it was John who you had said it, that, the Longmont cares. Which John? Yeah. John
That was me.
That was it. This John. John on the right. That, when I think about what makes a city a community, it's its people and how the people engage with each other and support each other. And thank you so much. And I like I said before, whenever I can be there, I am there to bag up that food. I've become quite efficient.
And I'll have a picture of you.
Yeah, no, that's okay. I'm okay because usually my pictures are all like I'm looking off in some weird direction. So it is all okay. Thank you very much. Okay, so we are now on to public invited to be heard, and there are some names on here that I see that are connected to the Juniper Street, and you will have an opportunity to speak during that hearing. And in order to keep with our own policies with quasi-judicial proceeding, I will ask that those comments be reserved during the time that we hear the actual appeal of denial of a variance, the variance application. So to kind of keep with our historical structure in that regard. So I have 3 folks on this list that I will be skipping, but I will be calling you back up on general business item 12B. The other thing too is I see a couple of people either that did not put their address or you're a Longmont resident. I will call you first on second call, our final call, public invited to be heard, as well as anyone speaking on any of the ordinances on second reading. You will have a public hearing to talk about the Micron agreement, the ranked choice voting, as well as the ranked choice voting with staggering of council members, and the open space of open space ballot measure. So the final reading on that. So if you're speaking on any of those public items that will have a public hearing, I'm going to ask that you wait until the actual public hearing for those. So everybody else, first person on the list is Elvira Estrada. And you will have 3 minutes to speak.
Okay. Need to just turn on your mic.
Oh, yeah. And can you turn on the mic?
Ready?
Yes.
Hello, Mayor and Council members. My name is Elvia Estrada. I'm a resident of Longmont. I would like to propose something that we, the families with children with autism and spectrum disorder, need to have in our community to keep our kids safe. My idea is to provide us with signs indicating there are autistic children in the area, and drivers should drive a low speed. In my case, I have a serious challenge. My son is 8 years old. He is autistic level 4, and he is nonverbal. He runs away and he doesn't know about dangers. These signs will help to prevent car accidents and inform the community to be careful. Thank you so much.
Thank you for that.
I have a copy for you.
Yeah, no, if you want to leave it with the city clerk over at the end, that'd be great.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. Next person on the list, Tom Smith. And I don't think I see him anymore. Okay, so Jean Canella.
My name is Jean Canella. I live on Judson Street here in Longmont. It was suggested by Alex that I talk to you about issues with the alleys and pickup of trash and recycling. Thank you. 15 years ago when I moved to my house, everybody put out their trash cans on trash day and picked them up in the evening so that the alleys were open and passable. The concept that I think now has evolved is out of sight, out of mind. The bins are left, and they're left on the ground. They're left with tops open. The alleys have become a place where you can throw any kind of trash. My next door neighbor has a sofa now in her part of the alley. She didn't put it there. I used to regularly take pieces of beds, furniture, styrofoam, and food, and pick it up and put it in my own bin, or I'd take it to the recycle center. I don't mind doing that, but it's become an issue with the raccoons and the squirrels and the bees and anybody else who finds an open container. So I would like to propose that for a 3-month period, and the street or the alley that I back into, they're putting up a new set of apartments. So not only the 3 sets of apartments that are there now, but there will be a whole new set of apartments. And I think the issue is going to become worse because of the number of people involved. So my proposal is, what about a 3-month trial where everyone is asked to pick up your bins emptied at night, put them away, and bring them back out the next week when your trash is picked up. If people say to me, I don't have space, they all have space.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Thank you. Kirk Slow.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Council, first off, I'd like to propose that the open forum be increased from twice a year to 4 times a year, quarterly. Now, picking up where I left off the last time, I'm going to read an abstract here from paper. For hundreds of years, political leaders and thinkers have deemed public safety the first duty of government. But they have defined public safety rather narrowly, primarily in terms of the protection function, protecting individuals from violent harm to person or property from third parties, and also from natural elements. As the first duty, the protection function is privilege. Witness today how we valorize police and other first responders, defer to their decisions without close scrutiny, and immunize them from liability for their mistakes. Yet, is protection really all there is to public safety? For most people, being safe depends on much more. Food, clean water and air, housing, a basic income, and the means to obtain that income through an education and a job. It might also include health care, health insurance, and freedom from discrimination. Now, on the ballot, well, the proposal is there to increase money for public safety. And I'd like to know what scrutiny is involved in that. That one's rhetorical. I know the police wear many hats. They're expected to be police, but they're also expected to be mental health professionals with a gun, social workers with a gun. Now, to bring this all together, I'm going to reference a shooting that happened yesterday. Under the current budget, if we dug a little deeper, could that situation have been resolved if we didn't expect the police to wear all these hats instead of resorting to what police do? And I don't have all the facts, of course, but somebody died. Whether that person was armed or not, I don't know. I wasn't there, and I don't know if that's been released. Anyway, coming back to, oh gosh, I'm out of time. To be continued, as usual.
Thank you. Thank you. Kate Gardner. And then it does say RCV on here. If you're going to be speaking to that, I'm going to ask that you speak at the public hearing. Perfect. Yeah, of course. And ABSD Deloach, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
The D also stands for Deloach, so it's kind of redundant.
Deloach. Oh, okay.
Good evening, Council. Good evening, Mayor. I'm AB, short for ABSD. I use they, them pronouns, and I work for the Earth. And so I'm here tonight to ask Council to align compost rates with city goals, specifically to highlight our waste diversion goals to divert 75% by 2030. To achieve these goals, I'm advocating for a rate subsidy that would incentivize composting and provide equitable access to composting for lower income households. A rate subsidy is done to advance community goals and priorities. With rate increases approved and set to increase again, these actions are actively discouraging residents from participating with this city service. I'm asking Council to direct staff to pursue policy to reduce compost rates and develop a new rate ordinance for 2027 to 2028, which will better align composting and solid waste rates with community sustainability goals through a subsidization of composting charges. This action would build a foundation for tangible change to achieve our goals. Compost is bad for our trash. Our landfills are filling up. If we take action now to discourage composting behavior, we are creating further unintended consequences while losing sight of our larger Longmont City goals. This year, during the Longmont Cleanup Cup, which you're all invited to participate in, we're having an education week on compost. We're doing this education to highlight the importance of this action. It takes a head of lettuce up to 25 years to break down in a trash bag in a landfill. And in the composter, it only takes up to 100 days. I'm 30 years old. That's 5 years younger than me. That's a long time in a landfill. This decision about rates matters because money is a direct motivator for behavior changes. So increased rates will decrease our involvement. I'm asking council to direct staff to pursue policy to reduce compost rates. This not only aligns with council goals, it aligns with city goals, but also highlights residents' goals of living in a sustainable, holistic community. I work for the earth. She's hiring. You all can accept the job. A rate subsidy would incentivize compost and continue to highlight Longmont as an equitable community for all. Thank you for all you do for the community.
Thank you. Let's see. Now I'm skipping a few names here. Sherry Malloy.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. Colorado diverts less than 20% of the municipal waste it produces. We're doing better than that in Longmont, but still nearly half of what's in most residents' trash can't be recycled or composted. I'm here to advocate for option 1 to support compost subsidies, item 12A on the agenda. This would adjust rates to better align composting and solid waste through subsidization, you jinxed me, of composting charges. Doing so aligns our community's sustainability goals concerning waste diversion and combating climate change. So why support compost subsidies? Roughly 40% of trash being landfilled is organic, such as food scraps and yard waste. Landfilling organics results in the production of methane, a greenhouse gas that is 84 times worse than CO2 in causing global warming. When organics are composted and applied to soils rather than landfilled, it helps fight climate change because it stores carbon. Soils enriched by compost remove CO2 from the atmosphere. Carbon is sequestered long-term and topsoil health is improved. Less fertilizer is needed and water saved by increasing soil's water holding capacity. Healthier soils help plants be more resilient, less susceptible to disease, and develop stronger roots, improving drought vulnerability. Composting not only improves production, it improves taste and nutrition. That's why homegrown and farmers market produce tastes better and is healthier than the supermarkets. With wildfires raging, our air quality suffering, and the highest July temperatures on record since the Dust Bowl, one wonders why aren't there laws banning organics from being landfilled when our planet is in peril and our health impacted? Well, we can't solve that problem tonight, but we can do our part in Longmont. Currently, only 27% of residents are opting in for compost services. Council raised compost rates 50% last year, while only raising trash rates 9.6%. I believe this was a well-intentioned oversight. Tonight is your opportunity to help correct that, support our sustainability goals, and help offset climate chaos. Not raising or even reducing costs help increase compost participation. Subsidizing rates can easily be done by charging more for trash, especially the 90-gallon containers. Again, 40% of what's in residents' trash can be composted, so people have options to reduce the trash they generate by purchasing habits, recycling more, and adding compost services. As one of the only municipalities providing waste services in the whole state and the only one in Boulder County, Longmont residents are paying 30% less than the rest of the county and state, so we're already getting a bargain. As your council communication states, no negative fiscal impact. Thank you.
Thank you. Lance Whitaker.
Evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Lance Whitaker, 1750 Collier Street. Been a resident for 47 some odd years. I'd like to say, hi Elaine, I followed your friend. Today is National Son and Daughter Day, so pay attention to them brats. National Raspberry Bombay Day, and Play in the Sand Day. Maybe you can do that with your son and daughter. It is also President Joke Day, so anybody has, oh, I got one. Why did President Washington never get any sleep? He couldn't lie. Steve Wozniak and Hulk Hogan both share the same birthday today. In 1929, Babe Ruth was the first person to hit 500 home runs. So there you go, 1929. Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you. John Lemke.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I'm here to talk about something I don't know what to talk about. Some of you may have met Chris McGilvray from Front Range Community College. I wanted to share with you a happy story. I recently started working at Sierra Space as the operations manager, and pushed us to go up there for a recruiting event a few months ago. And the director of the integrated manufacturing program asked us, would you allow students to work part-time? And I said, I don't know. We don't have any part-time people right now. But I did go and push our HR team to allow me to open some part-time roles. And I have 2 students that are actively enrolled at Front Range Community College working on my team. And hopefully when they graduate, they're going to join us full-time. Wow. And so I really wanted to share a happy story. Nice. Thanks. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Thanks. Katie Bond.
Hello, Mayor and City Council. My name is Katie Bond. I'm a resident of Longmont, and I'm the board chair of Sustainable Resilient Longmont, and I am a member of the Zero Waste Committee. And I'm here to speak on behalf of our organization. We are here to urge the council to further direct staff to develop a specific policy to reduce compost rates and develop new rate ordinances for 2027-2028. Which will better align composting and solid waste rates with community sustainability goals through some subsidization of composting charges. We are not advocating for full subsidization of composting. We just want to ensure that the rates will incentivize residential composting in Longmont and will take into consideration the barrier to access that higher rates may pose. So, as staff has previously noted, rate subsidy is done to advance community goals and priorities. In this case, the city's sustainability and waste diversion goals support the partial subsidy of composting services through higher solid waste charges as a way to incentivize composting and increase waste diversion from the landfill. If we want to reach our zero waste goals, our targets of 75% diversion by 2030, we will need city policy to incentivize diverting more waste from landfills. I think AB and Sherry both did a really good job of kind of explaining the why behind all of that, so I'm not going to go into that, but I just, so we're only currently at 39% of waste diversion, and so we need to get to enact higher composting rates enacting higher composting rates, costs, will only disincentivize new subscriptions for residential composting. Just anecdotally, from kind of speaking to people around the community, I'm hearing from people that some of the barriers, and I'm sure the city knows more, but staff knows more, but the barriers are bin size, it's a single bin size, lack of awareness on the waste cart size options. I think I see that a lot in my own neighborhood, that a lot of people who probably could downsize aren't aware that they could. And lack of options for multifamily residential. So addressing these concerns to increase adoption of compost could also address some of the equity concerns that we have around subsidizing compost and help us reach our sustainability goals. So tonight, I am just here to ask that you please direct staff to develop composting subsidy options that will support our city's waste diversion goals. Thank you.
Thank you. Last person, Scott Stewart. Oh.
I'll wait for last call.
Okay, thank you. So seeing no one else on the list, I will now close public invited to be heard. And we are now on to consent agenda and introduction and reading by title of first reading ordinances. Don, can you please read the consent for the record?
Sure, Mayor. Second reading and public hearing for all ordinances introduced on this consent agenda will be on August 25th, 2026. Item 9A is ordinance 2026-49, a bill for an ordinance making additional appropriations for expenses and liabilities of the City of Longmont for the fiscal year beginning January 1st, 2026. Item 9B is ordinance 2026-50, a bill for an ordinance repealing and reenacting section 15.02.080.d of the Longmont Municipal Code and trialing a new short-term rental license type for major regional events. Item 9C has three options for the public safety fund tax ballot language. C1 is ordinance 2026-51, a bill for an ordinance concerning funding for public safety and in connection therewith amending chapter 4.04 of the municipal code for the City of Longmont, Colorado, increasing the city sales and use tax rate from 3.53% to 3.77% beginning January 1st, 2027, authorizing an increase in the city property tax of not more than 4.06 mils beginning with tax collection year 2027, and referring said tax increase to a vote of the qualified electors. Second option is ordinance 2026-52, a bill for an ordinance concerning funding for public safety and in connection therewith, amending chapter 4.04 of the municipal code for the City of Longmont, Colorado, increasing the city sales and use tax rate from 3.53% to 3.82% beginning January 1st, 2027, authorizing an increase in the city property tax of not more than 3.25 mils beginning with tax collection year 2027, and referring said increases to a vote of the qualified electors. The third option is ordinance 2026-53, a bill for an ordinance concerning funding for public safety and in connection therewith, amending chapter 4.04 of the municipal code for the City of Longmont, Colorado, increasing the city sales and use tax rate from 3.53% to 3.86% beginning January 1st, 2027, authorizing an increase in the city property tax of not more than 2.44 mils beginning with tax collection year 2027, and referring said tax increases to a vote of the qualified electors. Item 9B is Resolution 2026-45, a resolution of the Longmont City Council approving the intergovernmental agreement between the City and Boulder County for the conduct and administration of the 2026 coordinated special election to be held on November 3rd, 2026. 9E is Resolution 2026-46, a resolution of the Longmont City Council approving the intergovernmental agreement between the City and Weld County for the conduct and administration of the 2026 coordinated special election to be held on November 3rd, 2026. And item 9F is Resolution 2026-47, a resolution of the Longmont City Council expressing the intent of the city to be reimbursed for certain capital expenses relating to the acquisition, construction, installation, and equipping of a parking garage with associated supporting public improvements and other capital improvements of the city.
Thank you. Yes, thank you very much. So we will need to pull item C so we can pick which option to take. So that's the first one. Councilmember Marcin.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to pull item B as well.
Okay. Oh, and that's it. Okay, so can I have a motion to approve the consent agenda minus B and C?
So moved.
Okay, so the motion has been made by Mayor Pro Tem McCoy, seconded by Councilmember Christ to approve the consent agenda except for items B and C1, C2, C3. Let's go ahead and vote.
Are you on the right screen?
Or do you want to refer? Or do you want to give a verbal vote?
Maybe it wants me to go home.
Yeah.
I got it now.
Okay.
Oh, it's been waiting. I can do verbal, yes. Okay, thank you.
Okay, and that carries unanimously. We are now on to ordinance item 10, ordinances on second reading and public hearings on any matter. The first item is item A, ordinance 2026-45, a bill for an ordinance amending an economic incentive agreement with Micron Technologies Incorporated. Do we have any, nothing given to us, and are there any questions from council? Okay, seeing none, I will now open the public hearing on ordinance 2026-45. Are there any members of the audience who wish to speak on this item? Okay, seeing none, I will now close the public hearing.
I move.
So we have a motion, yep.
Ordinance 2026-40.
Seconded.
Okay, so we have a motion to approve for Councilmember Christ, ordinance 2026-45, and it was seconded by Mayor Pro Tem. Okay, seeing no one in the queue, let's go ahead and vote. Okay, that carries unanimously. We are now on to item B, ordinance 2026-46, a bill for an ordinance submitting to the registered electors of the city of Longmont, Colorado, at a special municipal election to be held on November 3rd, 2026, amendments to the City of Longmont Home Rule Charter concerning the use of certain forms of ranked choice voting to elect future mayors and council members, and it was amended at first reading. So do we have any questions from council? Councilmember Christ.
Well, I'm hoping that the group that brought us an alternative plan are going to propose that again during discussion of this ordinance, because it's come to my attention that the Secretary of State put forth an amendment to the House Bill 26-1113 regarding section 17307. I had to look all this up, and I'm sure my gentleman to the left is also looking it up, regarding hand voting and coming up with methodology for that, because I believe this initiative is actually in the works. So, interested to see if anyone else is here to speak on this topic.
You know, I do have a question for Eugene, our legal counsel. So as we go through public hearing, we are only discussing, so even with item 10B, if people are talking about the staggering of elections, that's item 10C. So we are only hearing testimony or comments related to, yes, I support this, or no, I do not support the ranked choice voting to elect future mayors and council members.
No.
Is that correct, or is that help?
I think it is 10B.
10B.
Okay.
Yeah. Help me out here.
Mayor and Council, Eugene May. I believe there's no motion pending, so it's any discussion related to the council decision to go to a different voting method. I think Councilmember Chris is proposing a sort of counter proposal to what the ordinance is.
So even though this is a public hearing, the public hearing then can discuss anything outside of this particular item?
I think it's related to the item of choosing a voting method.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. So thank you. And so seeing no one else in the queue from council, I will now open the public hearing for ordinance 2026-45. And we have a few people on the list. So I'll start with Tal. Can you repeat your last name?
Minier.
Minier, okay.
Turn on your speaker.
And you will have 3 minutes.
Hello, Mayor and members of City Council. I would like to, surprise, surprise, encourage you to vote yes on this ordinance and refer the question of ranked choice voting to the community. I want to quickly address some misconceptions I've seen floating around, both for council and anyone listening in. First, ranked choice voting is still one person, one vote. When using RCV, you are not voting for multiple people, you are expressing your preference. Only your choice in that final round of tabulation counts towards the results. Second, it's not like allowing multiple answers to questions on a multiple choice test, because elections aren't a test with one correct answer. Many times, people have several candidates they like. Ranked choice voting makes it more likely that each voter's views are represented in the eventual winner. And third, our founding fathers had both good and bad ideas. I don't think we should limit ourselves to systems used by slave owners. Personally, I put little stock in what Thomas Jefferson did or did not endorse. And lastly, I just want to say thank you, Mayor and members of City Council, for moving this ordinance along. It's been a long road, and I'm super grateful for everyone who has supported it. Thank you so much for your part in advancing democracy and for voting yes on this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Kathy Reeves.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. I'd just like to point out one example. There are, of course, thousands of examples of ranked choice voting as it's been used in many places at many times. This is one example where the results were changed. The 2022 election in Alaska for Congress had 48 candidates. Sarah Palin was the clear favorite with over 40% of the vote. The top 4 candidates moved on to the general election, which was tabulated by an instant runoff or ranked choice voting. After the instant runoff algorithm was applied and all the second, third, and fourth place rankings were redistributed, they declared Mary Peltola the winner. Mary was in 4th place in the primary, and she magically won the instant runoff election. Mary is a Democrat, and Alaska is 60% registered Republicans. So as you can see, the candidate that the majority supports is unlikely to win when using the ranked choice voting method. So in Longmont, for example, a particular group has the majority. I would like members of this group to consider that ranked choice voting could result in the majority no longer winning elections. So many communities have tried ranked choice voting, they didn't like it, and then they reversed it and went back. In fact, 85% of jurisdictions across the U.S. have tried ranked choice voting over the last 100 years and later repeal it. Thank you.
Thank you. Peg Cage.
Thank you for letting me speak, even though I'm outside of the city limits. Thank you, Mayor and council members. I would highly recommend that you do not refer ranked choice voting to the ballot. I think it would not only be it would be a very bad thing for you guys because it's unconstitutional, and you don't want to be tied up with recommending that your people that you are supposed to be supporting would actually use an unconstitutional method of voting. But if you do choose to refer that, as Diane Chris was mentioning, I would also like you to put on the ballot a referendum saying, shall Longmont conduct standardized, transparent elections with single-day voting, in person with minimal exceptions, with photo ID to verify eligibility and citizenship, with paper poll books at the precinct level, on paper ballots voted in secret, cast by the voter, and hand counted in public view on site by bipartisan volunteers, with the candidate or issue receiving the plurality of votes being declared the winner. And I would also like to invite you all to take place in such a hand count election and actually compete against other teams that have done this before. And they are coming to the Boulder County Republicans office Saturday morning from 10 to 2. And we're going to have a little competition. So you're all welcome to join a team of 4 or 5, or come and join one of our teams and experience a hand count that is self-auditing. You're making a duplicate cast vote record, so every ballot, every mark on every ballot will be there, and you will be able to hand count them and come up with your total of the votes cast in just a matter of minutes or hours. So thank you.
Thank you. Jill Watson.
Hi, my name is Jill Watson, and I just wanted to speak to the ranked choice voting as well. I live here now, but I originally came from Utah, and we are phasing out the whole ranked choice voting statewide now. It's going to basically go away, and I just wanted to notice that there's a lot of young people here, and I love your passion, and I love that you're here, that you're participating and being involved. But we grew up in a time when it was so easy to walk in to a pool house in our community at a precinct level, and you showed your ID, you got a paper ballot, and we never lost our chance for the cast vote. So the whole thing that I'm against ranked choice voting, and I hope you guys will consider this, because I just got through fighting this in Utah. I moved here, and here I am again fighting this again. It separates you from your vote. I don't care how you cut the cake, and I appreciate, like I said, everybody's passion here. But when you do anything on the machines, you cannot, and I got in a little discussion with everybody here earlier before we walked in, there's no way to truly audit it. And I did meet Sarah Palin, by the way. Right after that happened, I was up in Idaho doing the same thing. And I'm just saying, if they can take countries that are doing 30, 40 million people and do precinct level hand count in one day, we can do this here in the United States, you guys. It's not that complicated. And here's my last point. Anytime you use a machine and use software, whether you call it an algorithm or any kind of code that's written into this thing, to me, I'm getting disenfranchised because I can't fully audit. And we have one side of the country saying, oh, we're all being disenfranchised. Well, if you go forward with ranked choice voting, I feel that you're disenfranchising my vote because I can't fully audit it. Win or lose, I'm willing to come to the table, count them. It was really easy. We even had kids in high school back in Utah coming in and counting them, and we give them pizza. And they had so much fun doing it and participating in the civic duty. And it's really not hard. And we had a formula down where we could do it, like 300 people in a half hour. It was that easy. So if you have 8,000 people, you just do the formula. You have teams of 4, and it's really not that complicated. So thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Dylan Rankin?
This is like tennis ball.
Thank you, Mayor, members of City Council. My name is Dylan Rankin, and I help to run Ranked Choice Voter for Longmont. I am so thrilled that we're finally here at second reading, and would strongly urge you to vote yes on this ordinance. We're so excited that we're going to have the opportunity to go out this fall and make the case to voters that ranked choice is a gold standard voting method to add to our gold standard election system. It is an amazing way to give voters more choice in elections, and to basically allow them to vote honestly as opposed to strategically by saying, this is who I really want, this is my first choice, but if they can't win, I'd love for my vote to count for my second choice or my third choice. So it makes elections more open, it makes them more positive because candidates have the incentive to compete for second choices, and it makes the ultimate results more reflective of the will of the voters. And on this counter proposal that I'm hearing, I do just want to say, like, that is a fundamentally different issue than ranked choice voting. You can hand count a ranked choice voting election if you wanted to. We don't hand count our plurality elections that we conduct in the city now. So that's an entirely different issue. I am personally in favor of the way we do things now because we know that we have the data that says that hand counting, human error is prone to making more mistakes than machines are, but that's entirely different. And so if that merits its own policy conversation, let's have that conversation. But I think that in any case, no matter how we're counting these ballots, ranked choice is the way to go. And I just want to give a huge shout out to you guys for giving us this time, for listening to us, for coming to this and formulating this proposal together. It really means a lot to be heard and in that way. And yeah, you guys, I've spent a lot of Tuesday nights with you guys, and I'm really excited to finally be at this point, and I really appreciate it. So thank you.
Thank you. Lance Whitaker.
Mayor and Council, Lance Whitaker, 1750 Collier Street. I like to keep it nice and short and sweet, don't I? I'm not in favor of it. Please don't vote for it. If you do vote for it, I know me and my old lady will be voting against it in the ballot. So one way or another, I'll get my vote counted. Have a good day.
Thank you. Charlie Oswald?
Hello, I'm here to ask you to not pass this. As someone who's tried very hard for a long time to get people to participate in elections, and we know that historically voter turnout is lower than we would all want. Disenfranchising voters is a big issue. I don't care what side of the aisle you're on. And I believe that this type of new process, how are we going to educate the people? How are they going to know that if you don't fill it out exactly right, your vote is automatically disregarded? I think when people hear that, that's going to be a big distance. It's going to discourage people. And the other aspect is there's no curing process like there is. When people, if there was a question about their ballot currently, they would be notified and they would have an opportunity to make their vote count. In this case, your ballot is tossed out if it's not accurate. And when you have a lot that you're filling out in several different races, think of the amount of errors that are possible in just one individual's ballot. So I'm concerned in that process, as well as cost. Do we know that there's not going to be an additional cost to the taxpayers in putting on this new process? And if so, is that going to be disclosed to the voters? How is it overseen? Are all parties allowed to see how this process is changed once the first count is done and now the new counts are going re-allotted? Who oversees that, and how do we know how that is accurate? Those are my concerns, and I would ask you not to approve it. Thank you.
Thank you. Kate Gardner.
Hello all, I'm Kate Gardner, 4054 Hawthorne Circle. That's precinct 608, Ward 2, and I would like to speak directly to Councilman Popkin.
I'm sorry, you have to direct to the chair, but he hears you.
Okay, good. Sorry. Councilman Popkin won his ward seat with 53% of the vote, and that's a real, undisputed majority under our current system. So, in my opinion, that's proof that a plurality voting works exactly as it should with voters who have a clear preference. Plurality voting isn't broken, in my opinion. It's how democracies have run elections for centuries. And a candidate winning with the most votes reflects the genuine, unforced will of the electorate exactly as it was expressed, not as some formula reshapes it, meaning a mathematical formula. So ranked choice voting, 50% is a manufactured majority, not a real one. It's built through elimination rounds, and maybe some of this has been covered July 14th, et cetera, but I still think we need to be reminded of this, and vote transfers, meaning the declared winner can be someone who wasn't even most voters' first choice. Moreover, ballots can get exhausted along the way, as we know, so the final so-called majority isn't even a majority of everyone who voted. And at the moment, when trust in our elections is already fragile, sadly, adding this kind of mathematical complexity in our community in Longmont, in my opinion,
only deepens public confusion and distrust rather than strengthening confidence in the outcome. So since attending the last council meeting, I've asked my neighbors, my church friends, my friends, people in volunteer groups I'm a part of, what they know about ranked choice voting coming to Longmont. Overwhelmingly, in general, they had no idea this was even being considered. I know we've done a really good job. You guys are doing a great job. You're here, as we say, every Tuesday night. I really appreciate it. I really do respect it and truly appreciate it. But this is moving forward, in my opinion, without public understanding of the implications. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So is there, there's no one else on the list, but is there anyone else who would like to speak on this item? Okay, oh, come on down. And then just please state your name.
Hi, my name is Celeste Landry. I don't know how much I'm allowed to
3 minutes.
divulge
Yes.
here.
Oh, just speaking on the item at
right.
hand. Yes, ranked choice voting.
I live in Boulder, by the way. And one of the things I wanted to say is that my house this year was designated a historic landmark because it was a polls and registration house. That's its official name. In 1917, Boulder became the second city in the nation to adopt multi-winner RCV, back before the RCV term ever came into being. And we used it to elect 3 city council members at a time. Sound familiar? And they counted it all by hand, it turns out. And there were a lot fewer people there then, but they were able to do it. So I just want to say it's something that I think the county clerks should be able to do with the Secretary of State's help. Some of the issues that were brought up about curing ballots, that has nothing to do with the tabulation. That has to do with whether you signed the ballot correctly and you put the right ballot in the form, things like that. Yes, ranking a ballot is a more complicated way to mark a ballot, but that's the power of it. Voters get to say more. And I'm so proud of Longmont for working on letting voters express their will more in a nuanced fashion and say more than just choosing one. So thanks for listening.
Great, thank you. Okay, do we have anyone else? Oh, go ahead. Yes. And then I will close public hearing.
Yeah, I've spoken before on this. My name is Helen, and I'm a Longmont resident.
I'm sorry, what's your last name?
Oh, you need my
Helen,
last name?
yes, I would, just because I take
Schneider.
notes. Helen Schneider,
Yes.
thank you.
And regarding the ranked choice voting and a multiple choice test, it is not fair to allow more than one answer on a multiple choice test. The whole idea, everybody knows going to school that the task is to pick the best answer, the best choice. Sometimes some of them look almost as good, but you're supposed to choose one answer. And then also, I spoke on this before, reminding there's like 193 member states in the United Nations, 2 non-voting members. Only 5 countries allow ranked choice voting: Australia, New Zealand, Ireland, Scotland, and they're trying to add it here. And that's my point on that. And thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you. Okay, so now I will close public hearing. May I have a motion to pass and adopt ordinance 2026-46? Okay, so the motion has been made by Councilmember Marcin. Do I have a second? Okay, seconded by Councilmember Kalkoffer. Okay, seeing no one in the queue, let's go ahead and vote. Oh, thought we got away with it. Councilmember Popkin.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a brief comment here. Listening to some public comments and seeing some of the emails we received, I just wanted to note that the timing for if this were to pass on the ballot, it would take effect in 2029. And so that would give us time to implement this and make sure people are educated, understand how this works. That is really, really important. I think that we do that well, and I know our staff have been thinking about that intentionally, so that if this were to pass, we would know how to implement this thoroughly, and that people would know what they're getting themselves into and how to participate in this effectively. So just wanted to note that. I think that's really important for any voting system, regardless of what it is, and I appreciate Council's thoroughness on this.
Great, thank you. Okay. Oh, yes, Councilmember Christ.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, my opinion, first of all, is that I think we should save the money and not put things on the ballot. If we don't spend the money that we have funded for ballot initiatives, that means we don't have to replenish it in the next year. So basically we'd be saving the $93,000. And just to the comments that were brought before us, there would be an extra fee for ranked choice voting, which would start in 2029, I guess. About $100,000 is what the city clerk mentioned. So there is a little bit of a cost to the voters that's higher. And then when we put issues on the ballot, that comes out of our budget as well. Referring to our earlier discussions, we do have an aging population. And so I have to note that some of what was said at the podium is particularly timely in that there is more complexity to this type of system. And the data does show that after about 2 years, the interest in voting in this type of system does drop off. So the question is, how do we support our election system so that people feel it's reliable, so it's transparent, so that there's more confidence in what our vote is representing? And maybe there's a hybrid here, but I'm against this initiative at this time and other ballot initiatives.
Marcy.
Thank you, Mayor. Quick question for Dawn, just to Councilmember Christ's point. We are all, assuming, because this is not the only initiative that we plan to go to the ballot to, correct? So we incur the cost regardless of whether, if we go to the ballot and organize an election, it doesn't necessarily dramatically escalate the number of initiatives we put on if we organize the election, correct? Which we're already planning to do on 2 other measures.
Mayor Dogglefari and Councilmember Marsing, that is correct. There's a proportional cost for space we take up, and if there's a Tabor piece to that. But we are already referring other items to the ballot, so we will incur those expenses.
Yeah, we're already incurring the cost to begin with, so I appreciate the concern, but I don't want to go through and respond to everything we heard in public comment, because I there's a lot there, and I think we've talked about it quite a bit. What I will say is I'm very appreciative to the advocates who've worked on this for a long time, and what I've thought is, regardless of whether you're going to support this or not, probably one of the most well-organized and effective local organizing efforts that I've seen in this city in my lifetime. No, honestly, since like the 2012 fracking conversation is kind of the last, that's the last one that I was like, wow, that is so good work from all of you to carry this fight forward. And I think it's a fight worth having. RCV is constitutional. It's been upheld by the court over and over and over again. It goes back to 1915 when it was first used in a city council election in Ohio. This is not a new system. We are already doing this in Boulder County. There is a cure process that we have in Boulder County that was available and used during the 2020 for Boulder mayoral race. I checked with the source on that one while I was up here. We have the tools in place to make this effective. And I think that, to the complicated point, I would just say, I trust voters to be able to write the number 1 through however many on a ballot. I still count with my fingers, and I can do that. So I trust our voters to be able to effectively execute this and to use it as a system where their voice is heard. And ultimately, we are saying to the voters, you decide. And Lance and all of the opponents have the right to vote no. And I will not be doing that, though. I look forward to referring this.
Great. Thank you very much. I do want to point out, actually, Councilmember Prieto, I'll let you go first.
Yeah, you want to go last, Mayor. And I think, so I just wanted to mention, I think Councilmember Chris was talking about the additional costs that come with the education campaign and all that fun stuff. It does cost more money. So just for voters' information, it is going to cost a little bit more initially, but then it goes down after a while, after we kind of get the ball rolling. In addition to that, I just kind of wanted to restate my position on this. As it stands, I'm not someone who's like in favor of RCV, but I am in favor of letting the voters decide. I feel like that is a decision that every member of our community should make, and not just one person from the dais. And so, and I do agree with Councilmember Marsing. It has been very inspiring to see the turnout from the RCV folks, just your commitment and engagement. And the thing is we have a few years to really educate our community, and hopefully by then I'm educated enough to feel confident about it if it passes, right? And I do want to assure residents that if this does pass, if RCV does pass on the ballot in November, that I have full confidence in our city and staff and even the RCV folks to make sure that this campaign is successful and that people are given the knowledge and skills and tools that they need to fill out their ballot accordingly. That is a concern. If you don't fill it out, there are some nuances that go with that. And so I think the biggest thing is just making sure people fill out their ballot correctly, and that campaign is going to be really important. But I have full confidence in our staff that you know, we can make sure that we get that information out. So again, I just wanted to restate that I am not for RCV, but I am for the voters deciding on this one. So
Okay,
thank you.
And thank you for that. And thank you for reminding too that, you know, technically we could as a council have just put this as an ordinance change and not even bring it to the voters to decide. The only piece that would need to go for a charter change that would be, you know, the electric voting on would be the staggering of seats. But this particular one, the reason why we decided to, as a collective, to bring it forward as a ballot measure was so then the people of Longmont can decide the direction they want their voting system to go. And so I feel, you know, this is, taking this route really would demonstrate the will of the people. And then, you know, the second one, of course, is a charter change, and where you all sit on that is what the voters decide. So see no one else in the queue, let's go ahead and vote. Okay, and that carries 6-1 with Councilmember Christ in opposition. And we are now on to item C, ordinance 2026-47, a bill for an ordinance submitting to the registered electors of the city of Longmont at a special municipal election to be held on November 3rd, 2026, an amendment to the city of Longmont Home Rule Charter concerning the realignment of the staggering between the members of Longmont City Council elected from wards and the members of Longmont City Council elected from the city at large. And it was amended at first reading. Do we have any questions from council? Okay, seeing none, I will now open the public hearing for ordinance 2026-47. I have two names on the list, Dylan Rankin. Oh, yeah, if you want to leave it with Don.
I can wait.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah.
Thank you, Mayor, members of City Council. One last time to bug you, Dylan Rankin. I am super excited about this ordinance as well. Thank you for all your hard work on it. We think that realigning the election cycle so that all at-large seats are elected in one cycle and then all the ward seats are elected in another makes a lot of sense, first and foremost, just from a simplicity standpoint, so that our election cycles are simpler. I, more than probably anyone else, have gone around and explained to people how Longmont City Council is set up over the past couple years, and they follow me. Okay, mayor, at-large seats, ward seats, and then I'm like, okay, and then in one cycle we've got two of one type and one of the other, and then two of the other type, and then one, and people are like, what? Whoa, that's crazy. So I think that this makes sense from a simplicity standpoint, but the main reason we're here is because this is a huge augmentation for the ranked choice voting ordinance that we, that you all just adopted. If we pass this, we're able to elect all three members of, at-large members of City Council on the same ranked ballot, which has a proportional outcome, which means that the results reflect the electorate electorate as a whole. If 60% of the electorate is one way on a certain issue, then 60% of our at-large representatives will be that same way on a given issue. Then the system guarantees that. And it's really, really cool in terms of increasing voter turnout, increasing voter engagement, and it has some really amazing benefits as well. So we hope that you pass it. We have one small ask before you do, and that is that on first reading, you adopted an ordinance to basically delay this change taking effect by a couple years by making the shortened term that the at-large seat would serve be from 2031, 2033, as opposed to 2027, 2029. We would love for you to reverse this change and go back to the ordinance as originally written, because if you, as originally written, it got us a 3-winner, multi-winner ranked choice contest, as you can see from the handout that I just gave you, in 2029. So it would allow voters to experience the full breadth of the benefits of ranked choice voting the very first time they got to use it in 2029, which we think is a really, really, really valuable additional benefit. I understand that second reading amendments are a rarity, but we had no advance warning that the first reading amendment was going to be offered at all. Had we known, we would have come here and made these points the first time. So we're addressing this at as soon as we possibly could, given the circumstances. And what is second reading if not an opportunity to iron out all the kinks and make sure the proposal is exactly the strongest place it possibly could be before it goes to the voters. So we think that if you're able to swing this and make this small change, it would make a really awesome proposal even awesomer. But stepping back from the amendment, we're really excited that this change is going to go to the ballot to allow Longmont voters the opportunity to simplify their election cycles and significantly augment the benefits of ranked choice voting in one fell swoop. So thank you so much for your work on this, and we hope that you vote yes.
Thank you. Tal Minier. I'm trying to break the syllables in the correct spot.
Hello again. I agree with everything that Dylan said, and I would like to encourage council to unamend this ordinance so that the stagger begins in 2027 instead of 2029, because if it begins in 2029, our first 3-winner race won't be until 2033, which is a full 7 years after voters would have adopted this method. I think this is an unfortunate and unnecessary delay. If the stagger alignment starts in 2027, our first 3-winner race would be in 2029. I also wish we had a warning that this amendment would have been offered in first reading, because I would basically be saying what I'm saying now, but back then. And generally, I just think it's detrimental to voters to make them wait 7 years after adopting RCV to use it in a 3-winner race. However, I understand that changes in second reading are rare. I just hope you'll consider taking a look at removing this first reading amendment and going back to the ordinance as it was originally written. I know you all want what's best for the community, and I just think a second look at the dates would be beneficial. But beyond the start date of stagger realignment, I am super happy with this ordinance and would love to see it referred to voters. And in fact, I would rather see this referred to voters with the stagger beginning in 2029 than not see it referred to voters at all. Thanks again for all your work on this and hearing me out 2 times tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. There's no one else on the list. Is there anyone who would like to speak on the staggering? Okay. So I will see no one else. Oh, where? Oh. Yes.
It seems like we...
And I'm sorry, you are Kate?
I am Kate Gardner.
Gardner, okay, thank you.
In Ward 2.
Mm-hmm.
And I'd feel really comfortable about having an opinion about this if we had a clear study from you guys on what your opinions are. I haven't heard yet what each person's opinion is about which version of ranked choice voting we're going to do.
Okay. Oh, you know what? Are you done speaking?
I can be
yeah.
done. So
Thank
I would
you.
like to just recommend you guys get back to us.
Okay. I believe that our vote is our opinion. So is it, and So, we don't do dialogue, so in public hearing, you're just making your comment, and, yeah. So, of course, thank you. Okay, come on down. Yes, go ahead. Oh,
My name is Helen. I spoke before. My concern with ranked choice voting is, as you've seen, I've been holding up signs showing that I'm concerned about our government switching from a constitutional republic to socialism or communism. I don't know if you could read all the signs that I have, but there were 45 communist goals for the United States read into the congressional record, January 10th, 1963. My concern is that the elections can fall under number 15 and 32, okay? And because obviously the socialist, communist, and of course there's no such thing as socialism. It's the gradual or creeping conversion to communism. When the money runs out, socialism converts to communism. I do have a copy of this. I don't know if you guys have read it or are aware of it. And so, I've annotated other items on here that are not related to elections, but things that have happened in our country. And it's kind of like very eye-opening. So I'm going to submit this.
okay, thank you.
Yeah, and I realize you guys probably just voted on it, but
Yeah.
it's kind of like,
Okay,
yeah, maybe it wasn't
thank you.
such.
Okay, thank you. Okay, now seeing no one else, I will now close public hearing on ordinance 2026-47. Eugene, I was eyeing you. I think you read my expression.
Mayor and Council, Eugene
yes.
May, while I would agree with some of the members of public that amending on second reading is disfavored, in this circumstance, it's really a choice between the first reading ordinance where the stagger starts in 27 or the second reading ordinance where it starts in 29. If you want to go back to 27, it's very easy. We've already drafted the ordinance.
Okay, okay. Mayor Pro Tem.
Well, I was going to move the ordinance as presented.
Oh, okay. So we have moving the ordinance as presented, and it was seconded by Councilmember Popkin. Councilmember Marcin, go ahead and I'll let you speak right now.
Thank you, Mayor.
Since we have an active motion.
Yeah, and I will speak to the motion directly. You know, the motion being presented first puts me in a little bit, because that is honestly not the guidance I would have expected from city attorney.
Yeah, no, and I've said, okay, if we bring something now, I'm pretty sure they're going to choke me, but
yeah,
reach on over and
yeah, and I mean,
and I want to be mindful of that.
And I do want to be mindful of staff capacity. I also want to be mindful my concern to the public comment, the issue of the stagger in the amendment that was made on first reading. My concern is, you know, we start messing with numbers on seconds, and what winds up happening is we don't get the chance to see it again, right? So we pass it without having the chance to publicly review it. It has to be reposted. There's a process piece here that bothers me. But I have battled all week a little bit with the notion of public. Of the not public input necessarily, but what the right policy outcome is here. And I do have some concerns, I will say. If city attorney's office is giving that guidance, Mayor, I do have some concerns with us saying we're going to wait for another 7 years before theoretically we get the full impact of our CV. Yes. And if that's the guidance from city attorney, that it's a matter of just going back to the old ordinance, I feel maybe a little bit different than I did walking into tonight. And I would wonder, I mean, there's an active motion on the table,
yes.
Which I would have to vote for because I'm supportive of the motion, and I wouldn't vote against it necessarily. So I would wonder if we can have that discussion, and if the maker of the motion would be willing or able to pull back so we can have that discussion. And if not, I mean, then we'll move forward. But if city attorney is advising that this is not as big a lift as maybe I was concerned about,
yes.
Yeah.
Because I was concerned it was going to be a big lift as well. And I'm just curious to know procedurally what would happen if we went back to the original language, where the 2027, the one at-large position is a 2-year term as opposed to a 4-year term. I think that's the only change in 2027.
Yep, and I'm looking for the clerk for backup. We just republish the ordinance in full and move on.
Okay, and we
It's-
don't have to do a public hearing, we don't
Nope.
have to bring it back to council. I was also concerned about time.
Nope, this
Okay.
would be second reading. We'd be amending it on second reading.
Okay, good to know. Do you, so, Councilmember McCoy, think about it. Councilmember Prieto.
Just a question for staff, maybe our city manager or clerk. I know that the original intention for the 29 date was to. I know as far as myself, there was a budget concern and a staff capacity in making sure that folks are informed and knowledgeable around voting, that we have enough time to really lay this out. People are comfortable in voting on an RCV ballot. Can I get some feedback around, would this change us being able to make sure we have the funds available and the capacity that we would need to roll this out if we were to do a sooner date?
Harold, do you want me to answer or you answer?
You can jump in and then I'll jump in.
I was going to say, I think Mary Douglas-Ferry and Councilmember Prieto, it still gives us some time to educate the electorate about how this works. And we have the benefit of the information that the City of Boulder already has out there. They've already done a big public campaign about how it works, how to mark your ballot. So we have a head start, if you will, in terms of educating voters. I can't speak for communications. I don't know what's on their plate in the coming year ahead of the next council election. I don't know if Sandy's in the room. She might be able, I don't know if she would know. But in terms of budget, it would mean we would need the increased budget for
Well, no, RCV
2027.
doesn't start in 27.
It would start in 29.
It starts in 29.
Correct.
The
But the
issue that
stagger.
the stagger would start in this election under the current format, which there would be some additional
Education.
communication based on the fact that explaining that this is a staggered term.
Mhm.
But I don't know that it creates the issue that you're talking about because that doesn't start until 2029.
So then I guess I'm a little confused on the
So in
question.
2027, then, we'd have the mayor, Ward 1, Ward 3, and at-large, but rather than having the at-large at 4 years, it would be 2 years. So that would be the only thing we'd need to convey to voters in the 2027 election. And it's still going to be through, you just pick your top vote. It's the plurality. And then in 2029 would be the actual you're ranking your people.
Okay, and then Dawn, quick question. Regarding the language on that going into the ballot, if the stagger's approved, who determines the language?
I'm sorry, do you mean who determines the ballot language?
Yeah, the ballot language.
It's drafted by the city attorney's office generally.
Okay.
So Tim Hole, a senior assistant city attorney, is the main attorney on this.
Like if the stagger were to be approved, say it was approved and this November, we're gonna vote under the approved stagger. That language that says pick your top 3 or 2 or whatever, theoretically. Who writes that language? Would it be the city of Longmont? Or
Do you
would
mean
it
the
be
ballot
The
instructions?
ballot instructions, yes.
The county clerk is responsible
The
for that.
county- okay.
Mhm. And they have experience.
And I think my only concern with that is when Councilmember Marsing and myself were running this last election, people were even confused on choosing 2. And so what we were seeing was a lot of people were just choosing 1, not knowing that they could choose 2. And when Councilmember Marsing got the majority vote, people thought that he won and I didn't, but there was 2 seats.
Yes.
And so my only concern is just that we're very cautious around the language that's going to be put out and that voters know that there's X amount of seats with,
Yes.
and they can choose X amount of council members. I think that's my only concern as far as that goes. But if we're just talking about the stagger here, I'm not necessarily opposed. So
Okay. Thank you. Councilmember Kalkoffer.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm also in a pickle because I want to vote for this, but I want to vote for the originally written way that it was brought to us the first time. So I want to vote for that, but not how we're.
You'd
the
want
current
to see
motion.
this amended with the.
With what the first reading had.
Yes,
Yes.
okay.
So.
Thank you. Councilmember Popkin.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that we were like completely clear on what's happening here.
Yes.
So irrespective of ranked choice voting, you could realign the election cycles, and frankly, from a simplicity standpoint, having the at-large positions all on the same ballot and the Ward 1, Ward 2, Ward 3 actually isn't a crazy concept. It's a very practical concept. I think where council got to last in first reading on this discussion, if I recall correctly, and I don't want to speak for everyone, but I think a lot of the thought was we would realign the election cycles because this is contingent on ranked choice voting passing, and we would just start in 2029 because that's when all of the changes were happening. Yes. But that was, I think, the pragmatic logic of trying to pull those together. So if other council members feel very strongly about realigning the cycles starting next year, again, that wouldn't start ranked choice voting next year. Any costs that would be associated with that wouldn't start next year. There would be time for voter education next year. This would simply, and it wouldn't even change who's running next year. No. It would just change the term length of the single at-large position that would be normally up next year from 4 years to 2 years. Mm-hmm. So that could just realign two positions, mine included, or the Ward 2 position included in 2029 would have to be 2-year terms to then kind of reset and realign all of those positions. So just so we're all clear, that's all we're talking about with this ordinance right now and this ballot language that would go to ballot.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So, yeah, put yourself back in there. Do you have an amendment?
Yeah, I
Councilmember
guess.
Marcy.
So because we have an active motion on the table,
Yes.
Mayor, my concern is exactly that. So I would ask through the chair, the maker of the motion, if he would consider it. I know we don't really do friendly amendments, but if he would be willing to accept an amendment to the motion. Where and I guess city attorney, I need to know if that would be appropriate or not, or if we need him to pull the amendment, if we need to pull the motion, make the amendment, and then move it as amended on seconds. What would be the appropriate
Or revert
choice?
back to the original.
Or if I can just say, hey, maker of the motion, are you okay with moving this?
You could do it either way.
What would you prefer?
You could amend the current motion. I mean, that seems more straightforward.
So
Okay.
So he says no. Okay.
So he says no. Okay. Now, if this fails, what happens?
Somebody could make a different motion.
Okay. Okay.
So having
Go ahead. Councilmember Marcy, you still have the mic.
Thank you. Is there a matter of having voted on the prevailing side in order for reconsideration under Roberts? I would think so.
Yes. You could
Okay.
do it that
Thank
way.
you. Yep.
Okay. Okay. So let's go ahead and vote on this. And this is for the restaggering that would start in 2029, not 2027. Okay, and that fails 3-4 with Councilmember Marcin, Councilmember Prieto, Councilmember Kalkoffer, and myself in opposition. Yes. Go ahead, Councilmember Marcy.
Thank you, Mayor. Having voted on the prevailing side, I move that we reconsider Ordinance 2026-47.
Okay, and so the motion to reconsider has been made by Councilmember Marcin, seconded by Councilmember Kalkoffer. Yes, and go ahead.
Did we just have to cast the vote to reconsider, correct?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. And there's no one in the queue.
Oh, yeah,
No.
I'm just going to
Yeah.
pretend I'm not.
Okay. I see what you're doing here. Oops. Waiting on me. Okay, and the motion to reconsider carries with Council Members Christ and Mayor Pro Tem McCoy in opposition. Okay, yes.
Thank you, Mayor. I would move that on, and I sent this text over to Dawn, that on page 3, lines 12 through 15 of the ordinance, we strike the term of the Ward 2 council member to be elected in the regular city election in 2029 shall be 2 years, and the term of the at-large council member elected to a full term in the regular city election in 2031 shall be 2 years, and insert the term of the at-large council member elected to a full term in the regular city election in 2027 shall be 2 years, and the term of the Ward 2 council member to be elected in the regular city election in 2029 shall be 2 years. The intent of this motion is to revert to the ordinance as it was presented on first reading.
Okay, very good, and I will second that. Okay, and so the motion has been made to amend ordinance 2026-47, a bill for an ordinance submitting to the registered electors of the City of Longmont, Colorado, at a special municipal election to be held on November 3rd, 2026, an amendment to the City of, and I don't think it has the language, the City of Longmont, the home rule charter concerning realignment of the stagger between the members of Longmont City Council elected from wards and the members of Longmont City Council elected from the city at large to revert to the first reading ordinance language. Okay. The motion was made by Councilmember Marcin, seconded by myself. Seeing no one in the queue, let's go ahead and vote. Okay, and that carries 5-2 with Council Members Chris and Mayor Pro Tem McCoy in opposition. Okay, whew. Yeah, wow. That was quite the discussion. Before going on to item D, does anyone need to take a break? Or do we want to run through the last one? Can we finish it? Yeah, let's go ahead and finish. Okay, just making sure. Check y'all. Don't leave you hanging. Okay, so we are now on to item D, ordinance 2026-48, a bill for an ordinance submitting to the registered electors of the City of Longmont, Colorado, to amend the City of Longmont Home Rule Charter to add open space to the lands that require voter approval for the sale or conveyance. Are there any questions from council? Okay, seeing none, I will now open public hearing on ordinance 2026-48. And it doesn't look like I have anyone. Is there anyone who would like to speak on this? Yes. Sherry Malloy, come on down.
Turn on the mic.
Yep.
Hello again, Sherry Malloy, 1632 Sherman Way. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. First, I'd like to recognize my friend Celeste Landry, who spoke in favor of RCV. She is running for Secretary of State under the Colorado Forward Party, so people might want to check that out. She's been a long time supporter of election integrity and
we're on public hearing for open space.
Yes, sorry. Okay, my bad.
Focus.
So, thank you. Thank you for moving forward RCV and this issue. I think, anytime you're giving voters more voice in our democracy, it's a beautiful thing. And so, letting the voters decide about future creative proposals for open space just makes sense. And it would just let the voters decide. So thank you for empowering voters by moving this forward, regardless of your opinion on it. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Anyone else? Okay, seeing no one, I will now close public hearing. May I have a motion to pass and adopt ordinance 2026-47? Second. Okay, so the motion has been made by Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Councilmember Kalkofer. And Councilmember Kalkofer, yes.
Thank you, Mayor. I do want to thank staff for all the hard work on this, and I know this is part 1 of 3, so I know after the decision that happens in November, there's going to be more to come, so thank you to staff. I know this was a lot of work, so I appreciate all the hard work that you all did for this, and I'm looking forward to voting yes.
Okay, great. Seeing no one else, let's go ahead and vote. Okay, and that carries 6-1 with Councilmember Christ in opposition. And before we go on to items removed from consent agenda, I am going to take a 5-minute break. Thank you.
We're both trying to sneak out.
I just took that one down because like, I was like, I should have taken it down before, and I was like, no, but I just one in Enfield, and then there was one in because we were the first, and there was just recently. Okay, I will ask her. I think it's okay. I just was gonna tell her, but she can hear it now. I know. She can hear it now. We get a lot of raccoon in our yard. I can't hear. Uh-huh. You might be next. We would like it. Well, it's granted. We Colorado needs to wake up to it first. And I don't want to threat necessarily. You don't want to hurt security. Why not? That's what I'm saying. So I don't want to go just to, whoever. I mean, I'm his wife. Okay. Yeah. I mean, so the first time I met him, he photographed me and his other daughter taking pictures. Wow. Anyway, thank you for. Sure. I don't know. You think that we would do presentation or not? I don't know. Tonight, and she sent a video that we have for well, I sent the video to them individually, so they still got one, and you can send it to them. But it's I know, it's an awesome video. Not on your website? No, this is a new one. Somebody from Boulder who put together ones because people this because within someone 20 hours. The video's kind of cool because it has all neighborhood footage pulled into it. Yeah. Everything in government is great. So I don't know how we get attention. I don't know if they're I haven't gotten up to yet.
Okay, council members, please make your way back to your seats. Thank you. I think I almost broke my gavel.
You know, I
Yeah.
have a gavel in my classroom, and I said, point of order, I've got the floor.
Exactly, exactly. Okay, we are now on to items removed from consent agenda. And we had item, I believe it was B. Well, it was B, Councilmember Marcin, you pulled B, correct? Okay. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Not really a question for staff. I pulled the item specifically because I wanted to make what I see kind of as a technical amendment primarily. I'm supportive of the pilot. I want to be very clear publicly that my goal here is to keep the core guardrails that we've already established as a council intact. So no affordable housing units, defined event window on this. I'm not touching residency protections that we've talked about. I think that's important. Longmont homes for Longmont people. There are two technical cleanups that I think make sense, which are if a property owner has an authorized property manager or an agent, that person should be able to sign the authorization form on the owner's behalf. And if subletting permission is documented through a lease addendum rather than the original lease, that should count too. So I have a motion, do you want to, or?
Well, yeah, I'm trying to, and was this based on the recommendations from, for potential and the potential feedback amendments, or is this?
Yes, one of them
Okay.
is, and yes, and
okay.
I'll send that.
Yeah, repeat that.
Yeah,
And
I'll
I
send
feel
it to
like
Dawn.
did you send it- did you
Right, I
already
sent
send
it
that to me.
Yeah, you have it.
Yeah, I-
Okay. So I move to amend Ordinance 2026-50 to modify the Type B subletting documentation provisions to allow an owner's authorized agent to execute the required authorization form and to allow a lease addendum or similar document signed by the property owner or authorized agent and tenant as accessible evidence of owner authorization to sublet.
Second.
Okay, and that would have been items 2 and 3, correct? On our council comm. Yes. Okay. No, the recommendations, the potential council amendments for recommendation. I believe it was based on what we heard from Barha. Okay. The signature piece. Okay. Okay, and then did I get a second on that? Seconded by Mayor Pro Tem. Okay. Councilmember Christ. Sorry, I'm looking at too many documents here.
So thank you for making that motion, Councilor Marsing. I'm in favor of the Barha amendment as well. And I just want to mention that in there they talk about standard property management policies, which I'm hoping will require background checks, because I have had some conversations regarding and concerned about safety in terms of not knowing who your neighbor is now, and someone related an assault that had happened in another town under the same type of circumstances. And in talking to Megan from Barha, I think that this is something that leasing agents generally require. So I think it is in terms of a standard process for leasing. And so I think it is a good amendment in terms of adding that.
Okay. Okay. So you're just concurring with Councilmember Marcin? Okay. Okay. Got it. Thank you. Councilmember Popkin.
And thank you, Mayor. Just curious, did we have a chance to run this language by legal before?
Mm-hmm. Yes, they have
Yes.
thumbs up.
Thank you. Then can you just give me 10 seconds to digest the terms
Yeah,
and names
no,
that you said?
that's fine.
That would be
I'm
great.
trying to do the same as well.
Much appreciated.
Yes, Councilmember Kolkoffer.
Thank you, Mayor. And this is for staff. If this goes through, when does it go into effect? Ooh.
Don Burchett, Planning and Development Services. Councilman Kalkoffer, the ordinance will take effect after publication, and then staff will go ahead and we will start working with the administrative staff on getting the documentation, everything ready. We would still need, ultimately, for the Type B license, either bring a resolution to the council to adopt for setting the dates of the event of when it would be open, or if you leave it the way it is, we could also go to Harold, but I think we would come here, would be my preference for the first one, for you to be able to see how it would work.
Perfect. Yeah, thank you.
So thank you.
Okay. Seeing no one else in the queue, let's go ahead and vote on the amendment. Okay, and so the motion to amend has carried unanimously, and now we are on to the main motion. Go ahead, Councilmember Prieto, I have you in the queue.
I would like to add another amendment to this motion.
Okay.
I move to amend the ordinance by removing the provision that excludes affordable housing units from participating in the Type B licensing program. And I can answer any questions if you guys have any.
Okay. I'll go ahead and second that. And then, actually, if you wanted to speak to your rationale to make that change.
So I recognize that this exclusion was included based on previous council direction, but I'm asking council to reconsider the direction because I don't see a policy reason that categorically excludes affordable housing residents from participating if they otherwise meet all the requirements. So essentially, to me, it doesn't seem inclusive. I feel like if they're meeting all the requirements, then they should be able to participate in this type of license. In addition to that, it is up to the landlord for them to decide, and not necessarily something that I feel should be coming from council. We're not excluding any other groups or housing types in this ordinance, and so I would like to remove them as a part of that.
Okay, thank you. And with the provision for affordable housing, I interpreted it as if somebody had a Habitat home, they would not be allowed to participate. Is that a correct assumption, or because it is affordable housing?
Mayor and council, specifically to your question, I think it would be excluded under the current language.
Yes.
I would want to check with the Housing Community Investment Team as well as Tim. There may be deed covenants or other things that would restrict the use of those units.
Okay.
I just don't know right now.
Okay. Okay. Councilmember Popkin.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Brito, I really appreciate the spirit where this is coming from, and actually largely agree with it. I was just curious, have we had, there's a couple legal dimensions to this, and I'm wondering if we had a chance to have legal review this. And then that's a question for you, and then I'll ask my second question just for staff to start thinking about. In thinking about how we delineate or define affordable housing units, is there, you mentioned deed restrictions before as a possible factor. Is there Prop 123 or other state funding factors that we need to keep in mind for certain units that, I guess what I'm getting at is, do we need to be more specific in the type of unit than just designated affordable, but do we need to look at that more carefully in terms of the type of unit? So I put both questions out there, and I will let the chalkboard microphone there just completely destroy your ears. So maybe Councilmember Prieto, you can speak to my first question. Thanks.
for your question, Councilmember Popkins. So I did send this question out to staff, and it looks like it was initially council direction, not necessarily something that came from the city. As far as affordable housing and any type of legalities come into play, I would assume, for example, if we're talking about an LHA property, the LHA landlord would then implement those restrictions for tenants. And so it's not, I don't think it's necessarily something that we need to worry about up here, but it's more so the property manager's job to make sure as this new ordinance or motion comes out and this new type of licensing happens, they can determine if their residents are eligible. But to blatantly exclude all affordable housing, it doesn't seem like it's appropriate in this motion at this time from this council. But again, I'm sure there is something in, as far as affordable housing goes and grants and things like that. But again, the property managers know what's allowed and what's not, and they'll be regulating that.
Yeah, so if I can jump in terms of the rental side, if you look at it from the standpoint of rental affordable housing properties, you are going to have the management component that's going to have to be part of that. The risk for someone that lives in affordable housing, and again, this is where the management comes in, is really understanding what the income requirements are in terms of what you get and how that changes your status. So that's really on those that live in the property. If you look at it for those that have housing choice vouchers that are living in other properties, they still have to have the property manager approve it. It gets a little more difficult in really communicating to them that this could impact their qualifications based on the income that they're pulling in, because they will have to report that income. If council moved forward with this in terms of the rental component, the HCV staff could send a notice out to all of the HCV voucher holders saying, you need to be very careful with this and talk to us if you're considering it, because it could impact the status of your voucher or what you qualify for.
As in, someone could potentially could income out of their housing.
Potentially. I mean, I don't know what the values are and what that really looks like, and I don't know that they income out, but it may reduce the amount that they could get based on that. But I mean, we could communicate that to them. So that's on the rental side.
Gotcha. Thank you.
On the for sale side, I think to the city attorney's comments, it really is going to be dependent on, are there deed restrictions that prevent someone from doing it? I'm thinking just of the True North project, where we require in that project, in terms of the deeds, that it is owner occupied. I don't know how that deed would actually be impacted by this, because it's a short duration of time. But I think those are the traps that we need to look into. I don't know what Habitat puts in their deeds. So I think we would have to really dig into the details a little bit on this one. I think there's two options. We could dig into it and bring it back as a separate conversation, solely looking at this based on what we find. Or council could say, obviously you can either say, no, I don't want to do it. Yes, I'm interested. We can come back and bring this piece back later. Or you could say, yes, we move forward as long as you're in compliance with all the rules, regulations based on the properties that you're living in. And that kind of catches it all. So, I mean, those are the options as I can think through them right now.
Thank you. Thanks, Harold. So I guess here's where I'm at this. I actually really do like the spirit of this and creating more opportunities for people. I would not feel comfortable voting on this amendment today, but it's also on first reading. And so my preference would be, if you're able to talk with the city attorney's office and staff over the next 2 weeks to see whether it's the catch-all language that Harold was just kind of throwing out there, or if there are other parameters we should be just factoring into this before I want to vote in favor of this. But I do want to vote in favor of the intent. So my suggestion would be to not spend that much more time tonight on this, but that we take it up at second reading when we can make amendments on things. as long as it's been workshopped with staff. Thank you.
And we could also make an amendment. So I think about the amendment that I made to add to the public safety tax prior to second reading. I mean, would you be willing, would it complicate the process if, so let's say next week there's, I want to amend this, this item to add such and such. Could that be done? Would that complicate the process from staff's perspective to add that during future agenda items? I'm just trying to think about what would be the best mechanism to weave.
So there's a piece that I think Eugene's going to have to answer in
Yes.
terms of, I do think the amendment's actually pretty simple because you're really
Okay.
just striking
Mhm. Okay.
that piece. It's not
Okay.
like we're adding language. You're just striking that piece.
Okay.
I think the work that we have to do between now and second reading
Mhm.
is actually closing the gap on, is there something that we're not seeing? More on the for sale side, because the rental side's pretty straightforward. Because depending on the programs that people are in, if you're in a LIHTC program, the LIHTC rules are going to govern that. If it's a HUD-funded program, the HUD rules are going to guide that. And that's really the property manager's responsibility to say yay or nay.
Okay.
And we have to know our rules. It's the housing choice voucher side where they're utilizing the voucher and they're in there. We have to check that a little bit. But then
Okay.
the big question's really on if you're in a True North project or you're in a Habitat project, what's in the deed? And so if we come back and see something that's different, then we can just say, no, the deeds are going to prohibit it. But we're going to have to answer that question either way. But I think the adjustment's relatively simple by striking the language.
Okay. So, Councilmember Prieto, would you be willing to pull this item for now? No. Okay. So, okay.
I just do want to speak to that real quick.
Okay, well, hold on. Councilmember Marcin.
Thank you, Mayor. I too appreciate the spirit of where Councilmember Prieto is coming from on this. I agree with the spirit. My concern that I'm wrestling with is unoccupied designated affordable units. I'm concerned about a large, we can even use LHA as an example, a large property owner of multiple numbers of of a lot of affordable housing stock, basically turning affordable units into like any time in my mind that and so I'm asking a question more than anything. If there's any time that an affordable unit is offline, even 30 days for a Type B permit, that reduces the amount of affordable housing stock that we have available. And I'm struggling with that. And I agree with the spirit of wanting affordable, residents in affordable housing to take advantage of this. I'm concerned about an unintended consequence of that being, look, I own a bunch of units that are designated affordable. I'm going to hold off on leasing them to take advantage of this Type B permit and make as much money as I can. And even for 30 days, that's a gap. That's a month of the year that folks who are looking for affordable housing can't access it because those property owners are using it to make money off of Sundance, theoretically. So that's a concern that I have, and I wonder if that's something that you've thought about, or if I'm missing something in that thinking. Because this is the first I've really thought about it. I'm curious about.
So I did have a chance to speak to a couple of the Barha and other chamber. Harold, go ahead and speak to that because you look like you were ready to talk.
So we've been talking through this. So I think you're talking more of the rental side.
Yeah.
And so on the rental side, in talking to Eugene, the HAP contracts in the case of HCV actually do prohibit that. So that's where the guiding documents on the HCV voucher will come in and say you can't do it in each property. I think the question that you're really getting at is more from a property manager standpoint in terms if they rent it in that case. And there's a difference between and I will say capital A affordable housing, which it has the funding restrictions and all of that, which I would probably say we're not allowed to do that just based on what I know. There is the naturally occurring affordable housing, which don't have those restrictions, which I don't think this would apply to anyway on the rental side. But I do think the more I work, I'm kind of looking through this, the rental side is going to be incredibly hard. I think the real question is really on the ownership side in terms of the deed restrictions, because they don't necessarily have the same requirements.
Okay. Councilmember, or I'm sorry, Mayor Pro Tem McCoy.
Thank you, Mayor. To my council member, Pareto, I'm concerned. This is one of these situations we just keep hearing over and over again that we don't know what we don't know. And I hate to have, I feel that there's too many complicated things associated with this. I would really highly encourage you to pull it, because I think we've got these answers. And since we've gotten in the habit of adding amendments in the second reading tonight, then I think we can probably fix this there. And I would prefer it to be fixed there because of all the questions that were being brought up here, and the fact that our legal team would climb through this and do you a big favor. As a friendly way of saying it to you, I think that would be the best way of doing it, because we all feel like, hey, this would be a great opportunity for people. But I also see some people that would really be risking some stuff because they would be like, see the dollar signs and not realize that it was going to harm them in the long run. So, I mean, that's just my gut feeling about it.
We lost a council member. We have a wandering duck over there.
I can tell you that the on the rental side to the question, as I was pulling some up, it does appear that the tax credit law does prohibit a unit from being used on a transient basis, which is short-term rentals.
Okay.
So it does look like on the rental side that that's going to be prohibited by federal law.
Okay. Yeah, and additionally, this is a 1-year pilot, so we can also go back and reevaluate based on what we've seen this first year. Councilmember Prieto?
Yeah, and
And this is your second time, right?
Thank
Yeah.
you. Coming from like a diversity, equity, and inclusion lens and background, we can talk about all these nuances on all these different properties and property owners and rules and their loans, but we're not doing that on regular property owners, and we're not doing that on other types of properties. And so I'm having a hard time understanding why we feel the need to nitpick the affordable housing sector more so. And this may be like totally unrelated, but this is the only example I could come up with in my head at this moment during this conversation, is like, I want to make sure that we're not falling into kind of, some of the legislation that was proposed like a while ago around, well, should people who get food stamps be able to buy sugar products with their food stamps? This feels very much in alignment with that type of ideology. Is like, I think we can do a catch-all as long as it falls within the regulations of wherever you live, right? And not have to identify affordable housing in here. People have autonomy. People are smart. They know what's good for them. They know how to navigate their leases. They understand the income eligibility and requirements, and how their Section 8 voucher works, even more so than we do. So who are we to say affordable housing is excluded? It does not sit well with me, and that is coming from the lens and expertise and perspective that I have in this field. And so I would urge my council to approve this, because I'm not unamending or however, whatever the language
to pull
is.
the item.
I'm not pulling it.
Okay. And so, Harold, you did say rental, affordable housing, no. Right? So
On very quick research, it
Yes,
does
on very- okay.
it does appear that the tax credit rules do not allow for that because
Mhm.
they don't allow for transient rentals.
Yes.
So that appears that it would apply for the HUD properties
Yes.
as well. And it looks like it's also in the HAP contracts.
Okay.
So on the rental side, in affordable housing,
Uh-huh.
if they're in a formal program, it does not appear that they will be able to participate in short-term rentals.
Okay.
We'll have to do more research to verify it, but on a quick look, that's what it appears.
Okay, so then would it be even necessary to have a provision that restricts it?
I did look at it
Yeah.
also quickly for Habitat for Humanity, and
Uh-huh.
it does appear that there's maybe some deed restrictions that also
Prohibit
it as well. Again, we'll need to do some more digging into this.
Okay.
And so I think generally what I'm hearing the conversation is, if you're talking about capital A,
Mhm.
affordable, I think there's a lot of rules behind this.
Yes.
If you're talking about organic, affordable, I don't know that anything applies, simply
Yeah.
because they're not in a formal program.
Okay, okay.
But we can still do our research
yeah.
and bring it back at the next meeting in council.
So even with some of the lower cost apartments or rentals, you know, I think about, okay, if they're holding a unit, and this is where I had a chance to kind of wade through your possible scenarios. I mean, these units would be vacant. So they would have to furnish them in order to have, I mean, that was something we were kind of, with different groups I was talking to, we were kind of mulling around. So what would be really the reality? So are we trying to address a problem that may not even be an issue, that may not even exist? And then, you know, in going back to the affordable housing piece, if there's a lower income unit that's not capital A affordable housing, but it's just a lower, you know, just below market, then, you know, I worry, does then that fall in that category of that would be restricted?
So if they have a housing choice voucher and they have a
Yes.
HAP contract, the
Uh-huh.
answer is, yeah, it does look like they're restricted
They are
because
restricted,
the voucher
okay.
prohibits that.
But if it's just a naturally
If it's just a
occurring,
normal, if they're not using a voucher and it's naturally occurring, I don't think this section applies.
so even though, yeah, excludes affordable housing units, so,
So we're really talking about the deed restricted
deed
affordable
restricted
housing
ones,
units,
okay.
and that looks different based on the group that's doing it.
okay.
To answer your first question, if you're in a LIHTC program
Mhm.
as the owner manager,
Mhm.
which most affordable housing units are in some version of that, either the 4% or the 8% tax credits, I don't think the manager can legally rent it out to
Okay.
a short-term rental
Yes.
because that violates the
Okay.
tax credit agreement.
Okay. So it's almost like even to remove this is, I mean, there's no harm in removing it. I mean, it almost seems like it makes sense to just remove it because it would be redundant to what is current.
Potentially, but I can't
Current law.
answer completely that that's the case.
Okay.
I would suggest that because it is a relatively simple revision,
Uh-huh.
let us do the research and really get the details, and then we
Okay.
can bring that back on second reading because
Okay.
this is fast research that I'm doing right now,
Yes.
and I don't want to.
Give us
I
wrong
want to be very
information,
clear.
yeah.
This is quickly looking at it, and
Mhm.
I could be wrong on certain things, and I want to make sure that I'm not wrong on those when we give you the final answer.
Okay. So then would you be willing to, rather than making the choice tonight, make the choice when it comes back in second reading?
So couldn't we remove it and then in second reading, they bring back whatever revisions they needed to make based off of the information they found? Doesn't it work the opposite way as well?
Yeah, we could do it that way. if
Okay.
council wants.
Okay.
Thank you.
Then my motion
Stands.
stands.
Councilmember Christ.
Well, for more clarification.
Yes.
Is it originally written that it excludes affordable housing, or does it exclude restricted affordable housing? And would that make a difference?
the language is any unit that is within the City of Longmont's affordable housing program is prohibited from receiving a Type B license.
So that kind of specifically says restricted, but in a different way. Yes.
Oh.
Mayor, I just wanted to add, because this is probably the best time to say it.
Mm-hmm.
We're the ones who are going to try to figure it out at the permit counter.
Okay.
And so if it's the obligation of the person who's coming in to get the permit to make sure that they're not doing anything wrong with their lease, their contract of purchase, that's on them. But us trying to explain to somebody at a counter why we're denying a permit puts us in a bad situation. And I'm not saying that we can't do it,
Yeah.
but I'm just saying that that puts a lot of pressure on our folks to have to relook at these things and to contact affordable housing. Does this qualify or not? Not sure. Let's talk to the attorney's office. From an implementation standpoint, I just worry that if that stays in there, that's going to be hard for us to have to handle.
Okay.
So
No,
I'm
I
just
appreciate
stating
that. Thank you.
It also seems that it might put someone's housing at risk. Because it is complex, and people might think, well, we'll just do it anyway. And we've had individuals that exceed and lose their housing choice vouchers, and that's a tough thing.
Yeah, I think to Don's question, we know everybody that's in our program that's still in it that hasn't essentially gone past the deed restrictions where it applies. I mean, so we have a list.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So you'd rather that we wait until you have more clarity for us?
Well, ultimately, you all have to make a policy
Yeah, we
decision
do.
on this.
Mhm.
What I'm saying, I guess, to be very clear, is that based on quick research, we think there's a lot of areas in this where it's prohibited, but I can't tell you with 100% accuracy that I have covered all of those areas just based on the time that I've gone through this. If council, as I stated earlier, if council wants to consider this, we will have the answer for you at second reading that is detailed.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the way it's written now doesn't really exclude private market affordable housing. So I think I'm not going to support it for you, but I'll be interested to hear what they come back with.
Thank you. Councilmember Kalkoffer.
Thank you, Mayor. And thanks, Don, for all your work on this. I know this has been a lot, and I appreciate you coming up because I was thinking before you came up that this shifts the burden to us, from us. And I'd rather the resident have the conversation with the landlord to figure out what is permissible. And then also they know their program better than we do. You know, I want to make sure that we're also helping our staff to reduce some additional burden. This does shift the burden to the landlord, though. I am in support of this.
Yes, I agree. Councilmember Marcin.
Okay, I'm trying to follow. Maybe I'm dumb. I don't know. What I'm hearing from staff is that this is all that allowing affordable housing units that are designated affordable to be transient, to have these kinds of transient uses is already prohibited by federal law. Correct? Or maybe, possibly. And that amending the ordinance in this way would potentially put us in violation of federal law?
No.
Okay.
No, it's only the act of doing it. So
Okay.
if it's LIHTC funded.
Okay.
If it's in the LIHTC funding, which is under the tax code, it appears it's prohibited. We're only in violation if we, as the owner, allow it to happen. So as an owner, our answer is going to be you can't do this based on the federal tax requirements.
Okay.
We won't give them permission.
So even though we're not exempting them within the ordinance, we're still not going to let them do it. I mean, like within at the permit counter, right?
No. So for example,
okay,
we know what LIHTC projects exist.
Yeah.
We'll give a list that says if somebody comes in Village on Main or Spring Creek or Fall River or any of those projects, they're not allowed to do it. So we're going to proactively tell the permit folks, if it's at this address, they can't do it because it's a violation of the LIHTC rules.
Okay.
As the housing authority, that's how we will do that.
Okay. Thank you.
So, just for clarification, so by us accepting this amendment of removing the provision that excludes affordable housing units, it actually makes it streamlines the process at the permit counter. If we have this provision that excludes affordable housing unit in our ordinance, it's one more step that the permitting counter has to go through, which then elongates and it clogs the system.
Well, that's what
That's
they're saying.
okay. And that is why I'm going to be supporting this. Okay, so let's go ahead and vote. Okay, and that carries unanimously. Thank you. Lordy Lord. Okay, now we are back to the actual ordinance 2026-50, if there are no more amendments. Okay, so the motion to approve ordinance 2026-50 has been made by Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Councilmember Prieto. As amended. As amended, yes. Mayor Pro Tem. Prieto seconded it, yes. Okay, and that carries unanimously. We are now on to item C, the public safety tax ballot language optional ordinances. We have 3 choices to pick from. Item C, I guess, do you want us to go through each one, or are we going to pick one and then vote on that one?
Yeah, Mayor, I think you choose which one moves forward and the others die by not moving forward.
Okay.
The other, right?
Sounds good.
Yeah.
Okay. Do we have any council members with a preferred choice? Councilmember Marcin.
I'll stick my neck out there first, Mayor.
Yes, thank you.
I pretty strongly prefer option C3, which is the 70-30 option. And I think that comes from feedback we've heard not just from kind of residents, but the business community specifically about the burden that you know they do deal with in the property on the property tax side. Also you know, I spoke to this when I supported 100% sales the first time around, that this is a shared community need. And I feel that more investment from the broader community makes sense. I understand the desire for some stability on the revenue side, which property can generate, but I would, I mean, I see other mics on, but I mean, so I don't, should I just move
Yeah,
it?
just
All right.
move
I
it,
move,
yes.
I move that we adopt item C3, ordinance 2026-53.
Okay, so the motion has been made to adopt, to approve item C3, ordinance 2026-53. The motion was made by Councilmember Marcin, seconded by Councilmember Prieto. And Councilmember Christ.
Well, the thing that I'm waiting for is I'd like to hear more input from the Longmont Chamber and the LDDA. We know we heard from LADP, but they really work with primary employers, which they have big installations, so they're mostly worried about the property tax because most of their sales are out of state, so they're not actually paying a sales tax increase. Would only be paying the property tax increase. So I feel that we're choosing a little bit early because we haven't heard from the small businesses in town, which would be the LDDA and the from the chamber. And I was there Friday for the policy committee, and they said they would be forwarding a position soon, but they had not put it together yet. So.
Okay. And I know because of timing of getting ballot measures put in, you know, my hope is that we could get something between now and second reading. Yeah, that's true, but I am hesitant to hold off on this because we have deadlines to meet. Yeah, go ahead.
Technically, to make the ballot, we have to move it today
Tonight.
so we can have second reading
Yeah.
the next time, or we won't make the deadline.
Okay. So, Councilmember Popkin.
Thank you. To be clear, like the main reason to not amend something on second reading in most situations is so that we don't like propose language that hasn't been fleshed out. It's perfectly fine to add an amendment, even like.
Is this in regard to this item?
Yeah, I'm about to
Okay.
speak. I was just saying, like, on a
I was
procedural
like,
basis,
I'm
like we
trying
can
to keep
do
us
this.
on
That
task.
is it's just discouraged when it's like a complicated thing that's changing a lot of wording and we haven't reviewed it more. On this, I will just I appreciate Councilmember Marsing moving this forward. I was on the same page as he was in terms of really, I think, supporting a full sales tax approach on this. Sharing the burden equally. I mean, we talk about housing affordability a lot here, and we just did in the previous discussion too. And you know, even property taxes, if you don't own property, get passed down into the rent. Like it all gets passed down to people in different ways. And so I think it's just important that we keep the downstream impacts of any tax increase in mind, regardless. I was leaning more towards the sales tax approach on this, but I will be voting in favor of this, since this is, of these three, the most sales tax emphasized version. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Kalkoffer.
Thank you, Mayor. And Councilwoman Christ, I did speak to somebody in the business community, and I got some numbers, and I'm not going to say specific, so I appreciate the person who sent this to me. I did get an example of a primary employer that's on the west side of town on Nelson Road. You can try to figure out who it is. If we did a 2.44 mil increase on that, it would raise their property tax burden to $67,297. A new restaurant that opened up on Main Street, if we did that, it would raise their tax burden $2,085, according to this source that I had. This is tricky because I also am nervous about us sending, with sales tax, sending folks to Firestone or Frederick to do their shopping. You know, a $1,000 purchase, we're already more expensive by a couple $100. And it makes me nervous, but I do believe that this is the right cut, the 70-30, just because the folks that will be coming to town will also be sharing some of that burden as well. So I'm in support.
Councilmember Marsing.
Thank you, Mayor. This is messier than I would like it to be. On what I'm about to do.
God, then don't do it.
Well,
Just kidding.
no, I had a small amendment that I wanted to add, but I wasn't sure which one we were going to move forward with. And it sounds like there's consensus around which one we're moving forward with. There's a line that I would like to add to whichever one we wind up moving forward with. And I'm looking to CAO as to whether now is appropriate. Since I made the motion, if I can add it as potentially a friendly amendment to the one that I adopted, if the seconder is comfortable with it, which would be Councilmember Pritchard, and I can read it.
Yeah.
And I is this out of order? Because it was messier. I should have waited for consensus and then tried to move it before I moved it. I can do it on seconds because you already have the language, but I prefer not to get into that habit. To Mayor's point.
Oh, I appreciate that. Typically, we amend, then approve the amended ordinance, and you move the ordinance.
I know.
Yeah.
And I guess you could amend your own motion.
You made the motion.
I did because I know I screwed it up.
Okay.
I will acknowledge that. Can I withdraw?
You can withdraw and
Yeah.
start
I'm going to
with the
withdraw my
amendment.
motion now that I know which one. So watch. Okay, thank you. I'm gonna withdraw my motion, and I am going to move. And I'm going to name the ordinance. I'm going to move to amend.
Point of privilege.
Okay, so we have a
Does
point of personal privilege, yes.
Does the seconder have to agree to remove?
No, they don't.
Okay.
I think you'll like it, Councilmember Prieto, I promise, okay? So in this case, I moved to amend ordinance here, 2026-53. Don, do you have this? I think, yeah. To add a 7th line to the legislative declaration on page 1 below line 22. And that would be, quote, 7 period, behavioral health response, crisis response, co-responder services, diversion programs, and other preventative public safety services. The goal of the amendment is to add the full spectrum of the public safety department, including our core team, our Prevail team, in the work that the ordinance in the legislative declaration specifically speaks to. Should have done that before, but I wanted to get that in before we'd got it. So I moved that.
Okay, so, and I was trying to find the email. Well, you already have it listed. So the motion was made to amend ordinance 2026-53, the 70% sales tax, 30% property tax split, and add a 7th line to the legislative declaration page. Let's see, item number 7, behavior to include behavioral health response, crisis response, co-responder response, diversion programs, and other preventative public safety services. And it was seconded by Councilmember Prieto. Okay, Councilmember Kalkofer.
Sorry.
This got messy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm very confused. I'm gonna skip me, please.
Okay. Okay, that was your first time. No, just kidding. Councilmember Christ.
Thank you, Mayor. So just to be clear, when we look at this chart, Teresa, $3.30 on a $1,000 purchase is in addition to our 8.865%. So what does that total in full? Let's see, 0.33.
What, roughly
What? Yeah,
$12 or so?
$12. I have $12.165. So that would make us the highest tax in Colorado, the highest sales tax in Colorado. So, yeah. You know, Counselor, the other, Winter Park has 11%. They are typically the highest. But who knows if maybe they're raising their rate. But Counselor Kalkofer mentioned Firestone is opening 5 new retail establishments 12 minutes from my ward. I'm just saying. I think a lot of retail sales are going to go out of town.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Popkin.
Alrighty, on the specific motion to amend, I have a question. I believe your intent was to add more specificity into that. I would argue that we already have that covered under bullet 5, personnel to support emergency public safety responders, that it's inclusive there and not exclusive of the folks that you carved out. I understand that you might want to make that more specific. I believe your amendment, though, only amended the legislative direction of the legislative intent, like, it was just on page 1, right? Yeah. That you were proposing that for. That's not actually the language that would go on the ballot.
Correct.
And so your intent is not to modify the language on the ballot, but to modify the ordinance that, yes. And the ballot language refers to those bullets too. So this wouldn't actually make it into what people would actually see on their ballot. So I guess I'd love to know, like, why are we doing this?
Councilmember Marcy.
Thank you,
yes.
Mayor. I will
crudely.
acknowledge this
Yes.
is. I will acknowledge this is some of my messier work.
Yeah.
What I will say is, I
Just a
think
question, right?
what, especially when we consider the conversation that Mayor brought to us recently about the Prevail grant, about the challenges that we're facing as a community, about how we address diversion, about how we address mental health response, I think. And we've heard a lot from the community about the specific desire to include that in this broader conversation. I don't know that necessarily saying, personnel to support emergency public safety responders is enough. And in reading the declaration, I felt that a 7th line was reasonable, and I was hopeful that it would be a quick thing. I probably should have waited for more consensus on knowing which one we would do and then amend it. The goal really is to specifically say, as a city and as a council, we view public safety as a broader issue than just police, than just emergency dispatch, than fire. It is all of the above and the diversion pieces as well, which is not specifically called out currently under the council findings section. So I wanted to include it there, and that's the amendment.
And I will be supporting this as well. You know, just over the years, I've seen different councils have different priorities and different interpretations of our ordinances. And, you know, this then codifies to ensure that we have that priority embedded in public safety. Councilmember Prieto.
And in addition to that, I think too, it gives public safety more flexibility to adjust with community needs as we move forward. What today's community needs may not be tomorrow's. And so if it's a new program, new personnel, different types of services, then this gives us the flexibility to do so. And I am in support of it.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Popkin.
Thank you. I appreciate the explanation. I fully support the intent of this. I just don't really know why we're amending the legislative declaration and not the ballot language. If this is important to stress that we want people to vote on specifically, why not have the bullets match up? If not, I don't really understand why we would specify it in the ordinance and not in the ballot language.
Okay, thank you. Let's go ahead and vote. Okay, and so that carries 6-1 with Councilmember Christ in opposition. And having accepted ordinance 2026-53, the other two are voided, right? We don't have to, do we have to move them? Oh, okay. Oh, we have to move this one as amended, yes.
So moved.
Okay, never mind. Okay. It's jumping ahead. Okay, and so it was moved by Mayor Pro Tem, seconded by Councilmember Marcin. Ordinance 2026-53 is amended. Yes. Okay, and that carries 6-1 with Councilmember Christ in opposition. And now the other two items, they're just done. Okay, so now we are on to general business. Item A, a policy discussion on potential subsidy for composting services. And thank you all who came out this evening.
All right. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Chris Huffer, Director of Water and Waste. We'll try and make this as quick as possible. But if you'll recall, last year we came to you with a rate study for all of our waste management services. And we had a rate that was based upon the cost of service that we presented, and council adopted that. But there was a request to come back to have this policy discussion about how that rate for specifically composting was created and how we should move forward in the future. So that's what we're here tonight to talk about. We are very fortunate to have with us tonight Ann Gibbs from SERA, a consultant who's been working with the city for many years, and they have helped us put together the program that we have today. So we'll go over quick information for you, and then we can have discussion. I have also with me tonight Lance Smith, the Director of Business Enablement. I also have August Hendrickson, who is our Waste Services Manager as well, so we can answer the technical questions as well as anything that we have related to rates. So with that, I will turn it over to Ann, and she'll go over our information.
Thank you, Chris. So as Chris said, my name is Ann Gibbs. I work with Lisa Skumotz at Skumotz Economic Research Associates, or SERA. And at SERA, we have been in the solid waste evaluation business for over 40 years, and we do a lot of analysis on things such as pay-as-you-throw and other hard-to-measure effects. Tonight, we're going to go over a little bit about how we got here, where the current composting program in Longmont is today, and then get into the policy discussion and looking at kind of our two paths forward before your discussion tonight. So I'm going to start off with some background on composting, and this is to just make sure everyone is up to speed. So as Chris said, SERA has been studying composting with the city of Longmont for over 10 years. In 2015, SERA conducted a residential household survey that found that there was strong support for composting within the community. In 2022, SERA did another study with the city of Longmont on different diversion tactics the city could take to help meet its diversion goals. And that study reaffirmed that composting is one of the lower cost but higher diversion choices among the options that were studied. Which brings us to this year, where this year's rate increase prompted a request to explore subsidizing composting through the solid waste charge. And the goal with that is to help grow participation and diversion. Currently today, composting or curbside composting or organics collection is available to all City of Longmont residents. However, it is an opt-in service, meaning that residents do need to request and choose to be part of the program. This does come with a monthly cost of just under $10, and there's two types of organic material that are collected in these compost bins. Your first is yard waste, so think your grass, your leaves, your small branches, as well as your food waste such as fruits, vegetables, dairy products, meats, and bones. This year, the composting fee saw about a 50% increase in rate or in cost. It's went from its original 2017 $6.60 charge up to about $9.90. Earlier studies did anticipate that this raise could reduce participation in the city, but luckily we haven't seen that, and participation has stayed constant at about 28% of residential customers participating, which is in line with what that 2015 study projected. To try and anchor us in just a few numbers, so again, 28% of Longmont households are currently participating in composting. If we're looking at tonnage, about 2,500 tons per year come just from that residential curbside composting collection. That number goes up to about 8,000 tons when you're also taking into account the Longmont Recycle Center. Last year in 2025, the total citywide diversion was at 39%. Now that number is expected to increase this year due to the expanded commercial and multifamily recycling from the URO. Mm-hmm. And just a reminder that the city's goal is 75% in 2030. Getting back to those costs and why we saw that rate increase this year. First, there was inflation from 2017 to 2026. Mm-hmm. But on top of that, it does cost the city about $150 per ton to process composting versus only about $30 a ton to landfill garbage. Mm-hmm. Now, compost is currently hauled to a private sorter, Western Disposal, where it is then cleaned, sorted and cleaned of contaminants, and then hauled another about 50 miles to A1 Organics, which is our regional compost processor. That is really where that extra costs are coming from, is that extra processing and hauling steps. And again, we're looking about 8,000 to 10,000 tons a year of total organic composting that is being diverted by Longmont residents. So that finishes up a bit of our background and moves us into the policy discussion that we're having tonight of how much, if at all, should curbside composting be subsidized. We're really looking at two different paths here. The first is where composting fully covers its own costs. This is where we're at today. So the cost stays rate-based, where customers are paying the full price of the service. This will likely keep participation around that 28%, although that participation percent may decrease or drop if rates continue to rise. This path also comes with our lowest risk of cart contamination. The effects of this are somewhat less efficient collection routing, higher tons collected per participating household, and less contamination. The second path that council might choose to take is looking into subsidizing composting through the solid waste charge. Now, the cost to the customer will be reduced because part of that composting fee will be shared into the solid waste charge. This could range anywhere from a small reduction, so from $9.90 a month down to $8.25 a month, up to almost a completely subsidized fee. This could, depending on the level of subsidy, could meaningfully increase adoption above that 28%, but with more participation does come the risk of more contamination. The effects from this path are potentially greater coverage, greater tonnage capture across more households, which is in line with the city's diversion goal. However, it may also come with the need for more carts, revised routes, and even possibly more collection vehicles. So if composting were to be subsidized, we would still keep it as an opt-in system where residents would have to request a cart in order to participate. And this will help keep that participation intentional, and it will also help with contamination. So a large subsidy could mean that we see carts for those who are less active or non-active participants. It could bring new routes, and it could possibly bring more collection trucks. And a smaller subsidy, we would see many of these same effects, but on a smaller scale. Contamination risk is going to scale along with that size of that subsidy. So again, a larger subsidy is going to reduce that cost signal, could lead to much more participation, which is going to lead to higher contamination. Although a smaller subsidy will keep some more of that price signal in. Per household recovery will likely be lower under a large subsidy. So on average, the amount collected per household will drop, but the overall citywide tonnage will increase just because there are more households participating. And a subsidized rate would spread the cost of composting across more households. So the discussion that we're asking you to have tonight is, should the city continue full cost recovery, or do you want to explore reducing the composting rate through subsidizing with the solid waste charge? Now, based off of tonight, if council is in favor of a subsidy, staff will return with some rate options. However, if council prefers to keep full cost recovery, so what we are at today, then no further action is needed. So that is the end of my presentation, but I am going to jump into a few slides that we had first from questions. We did come up with some questions to help facilitate your discussion tonight and some things to keep in mind. What are the desired outcomes of the subsidy? What are some of the benefits and the costs of the subsidy? How large should a subsidy be if there is one? Where will the subsidy come from? And how transparent will this be to the community? Now, I heard concerns of equity come up earlier. We wanted to make sure that we pointed out that the CARES program currently does not include the solid waste charge, which might be something that council wants to consider. There's also a lot of concerns about adding on the cost of the carts, or adding on the cost of composting to everyone. But even right now, if we look at composting, adding composting allows households to move to a smaller container, which this chart right here is straight from the city's website. These are your current rates as of today. And looking at the very bottom, the volume package without composting, you're looking at a little over $26 a month. However, moving down to the value package, so the 48-gallon trash bin, if you add on composting, so even if you're adding on a 96-gallon bin, now you have added on an additional 48 gallons of disposal at your house, you're actually saving yourself $2. So composting right now even saves households money. Now, subsidizing that composting does spread that cost across all residents, and overall will reduce that composting costs, which could make composting more accessible, or at least it could reduce the inaccessibility of composting. I've brought up contamination a lot because it's always a huge concern. Communities who have moved from a voluntary, so what Longmont has now, over into a more mandatory curbside organics collection see contamination between 5 and 10%. And the good news is the tipping fee at Western does not change based on the Longmont's contamination. However, you do have to keep in mind that those contaminants that will add to the overall tonnage and the costs that are being processed. And just in case you guys were curious about what other communities are doing, whether or not they are subsidizing their compost rates, that answer itself is actually very difficult to answer. Another way of looking at it is what programs are mandatory versus opt-in. And there was a 2023 nationwide study where over 250 communities that currently have some form of curbside composting participated in that survey. About 40% said they have mandatory, about 40% said they have opt-in, and the remaining 20% fell on some sort of spectrum in between. A little case study, so Denver originally had composting that was curbside composting that was grant funded, and they had about 3,000 households sign up during that initial pilot. After about 2 years, that grant ran out and the city had to start charging for composting. They started charging a separate fee, and they lost about 1,000 households in the process. So now Denver actually does only have one single solid waste fee in which that composting fee is now absorbed within that, and I believe they're currently a little over 40% participation. So with that, I will now formally finish. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Popkin.
Thank you, Lisa. Thank you, Mayor. I will just project to my fellow council members, I do have a draft motion prepared on this. So I'll leave time for questions and discussion on this, but I do have a proposal to offer that's I've shared with the clerk that I intend to offer, but I won't offer it right at this moment. So I guess I'll offer a comment, then I have two questions for you, Lisa. So we've been talking about public safety taxes, raising rates. This isn't that. This is realignment of rates. We're not proposing to increase fees. We're changing fees, so we're not increasing net fees here. This is just a factor of taking the current fee structure and saying, hey, is this serving our current goals? Not necessarily, or not at all, actually increasing the overall volume of rates. We had a conversation earlier today in our pre-session. I see this as revisiting how we use our rates to reinforce and achieve policy goals. You framed this as a subsidy. That's not incorrect. But really, I think what's on the table and how I'd encourage my colleagues to think about this is how do we realign the rate structures we have in service of the policy goals that we have? Otherwise, we are, from my perspective, being more inefficient in how we try to address the waste diversion goals that we have. I guess my one question that you brought up or prompted from your presentation, Lisa, you said if we were to lower the rates, the contamination rate might increase. I understand the logic there, but we just increased our compost rate by 50% last year? If hypothetically it was just lowered back to or subsidized back to the rate that it was, we shouldn't expect any inherently meaningful difference of contamination rate than what we had before, right?
Yeah, I would agree with that. So if
Okay.
you're lowering it down to that 660 or something similar to that,
Even anywhere in between that.
yes, you're probably going to just maintain your current subscription base. So
Sure, and ideally we might increase a little bit. I mean, the goal of this would be the goal of realigning rates would be to try to better achieve our goals. And to do so without increasing taxes or having to have more staff to do more things and have to pay for that. What I don't like right now about our current structure is we're actually we're subsidizing trash. I mean, maybe not legally speaking subsidizing trash financially, but we are incentivizing trash. Maybe that's the more accurate way to say it. Our current, can we put up the chart again that you had of our current structure? And I know we have multiple different packages, but just to use this. So the difference between the value package without composting and the volume package without composting is actually a difference of, what is that, $12.20 between the 1410 and 2630. That is less than 2x, but you're actually incentivizing more trash. That's the opposite of what we're trying to do. And I think that's where I get hung up on this. And that's informing the spirit of the motion I'll offer soon. is we're currently incentivizing throwing out more. We're saying that is more cost effective. You can throw things out in bulk for cheaper. That is contrary to the goals that we have set as a city long before I was even here. So that's where I would like us to try to think about this, so we don't have a rate signal that's running backwards to what our goals are. Just to be clear, we wouldn't be changing what types of things can be composted, right? It would still be the food and yard waste, right? That wouldn't be changing. That's related to the facilities and the contamination and all that.
Correct.
Great. That to me is pretty straightforward. I think people understand yard waste, food waste, organics. That's all. That's what goes in the compost. Everything else, and ideally, to your point, Lisa, you can actually downsize to a smaller trash bin if you want, if you were throwing out less. My hope is that we could, as if we do move forward with realigning the rates, we can actually try to incentivize the lower trash bin level a little bit more intentionally, recognizing that people, myself included, will be throwing things out still and sending things to the landfill, but that we'd actually be incentivizing having the smaller amount there. And I think that kind of solves it feeds multiple birds with the same scone, right? And so that's where I'm hoping we can go with that. I'll pause for questions in a moment, but I do just want to note that when we're talking about the broad goals here, it's not just our waste diversion goal. We are talking about public health. Landfills are not the most optimal place in our society from a public health standpoint in terms of air, water, and soil pollution. That directly relates to the guiding principles of sustainability and resilience in Envision Longmont that we have, not just our waste diversion goals. We had some public comments on like the carbon dioxide and some of the greenhouse gas emissions. Methane is really one of the byproducts of a landfill, and that is one of the most potent greenhouse gas emissions, far more than any of the carbon dioxide that we have.
That is
so,
time.
So Councilmember Kalkoffer.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Lisa, for the presentation. I am in favor of subsidizing composting, but one of the things that I would like to see, and I don't know if this is appropriate to bring up now, but I would like to see 2 different sizes for composting as well. And I don't know if our current equipment has the capability of doing it, but our trucks can pick up the 48-gallon and the 96-gallon trash cans. So I'm wondering, is it possible for us to add 2 flavors? And I'm using flavors because we're composting food. If we can have 2 varieties of composting bins and have the smaller 48-gallon, because I can't fill my compost bin maybe once a month, especially in the wintertime. It's probably once every 2 months because food scraps don't fill up the bin. So I'm wondering if we have the ability to have 2 varieties for compost bins.
Mayor, Council, August Henderson, Waste Services Manager. I already have them all. I needs a phone call. I could drop it off tomorrow.
Sweet.
Okay.
At a lower rate?
Same rate.
So one of the things that I would like to see is the smaller bin be at a more affordable price. Not for me, but if we're going to subsidize it, let's also, we have issues with spacing in alleys, and these large bins take up a lot of space. So I would like to see the residents have an option, and maybe the smaller cart has, a very small price and or free. And then if you need the larger one, it's a very small incremental cost. Thank you.
Okay. Harold, you put on your, okay, never mind. Councilmember Marcin.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you for the presentation and for the work. Can we go back a few slides to the slide that talked about the data since the rate change occurred, the behavioral data, the 28% number? I want to pull that up. Oh, sorry. Maybe it was the previous one. It was what happened basically after the rate increase, where we were a little surprised, it sounded like, that we did not see the behavioral change maybe that you would have expected from a rate increase. Is that a fair characterization, that we didn't actually see behaviors change here? We just, people who were composting still composted. We didn't see them reduce the amount of compost in the city. Is that correct? Roughly?
Yes. Go I was gonna say, my understanding is that there has been some fluctuation, but overall we've maintained the city has maintained about 28%.
And I'll be real that concerns me a little bit when we talk about a subsidy, because I don't necessarily see it as just, if we're gonna, I want climate policy that changes outcomes, right? And not necessarily just lowers bills for people who are already doing the thing, while spreading out that burden for folks that either can't compost, don't compost. Like, that's a concern that I have. Where if we're going to say we're going to subsidize composting with solid waste, what that in my brain means is we're asking folks to, if it's not going to change behaviors, that's a concern for me. So, and what I'm seeing here is that the data shows that maybe this isn't necessarily a behavior change. Is that an improper characterization? Like, can put another way, do we have confidence that a subsidy would change behavior rather than primarily just lowering bills for existing compost customers while raising them for non-compost customers?
Mayor and Councilman Marsing, I think that what we're seeing is that the part of our community that wants to compost is composting.
Yep.
And that when we had a lower rate, we met that. As we raised that price, that it, like you said, it did not change people's perception or the way that people acted. So I don't know that we have any information that says that lowering it back down, that we're going to increase substantially over the 28% that we have now.
And that's kind of the core question you're bringing us. And so for me, I appreciate the idea that we want to achieve this waste to virgin goal. I'm with it. What I'm concerned about is in the economic climate we're dealing with for working folks, that we're talking about a subsidy for 39% of our community that isn't actually going to meet the goal that we're trying to have it meet, because the data doesn't back that. So that's the concern that I have from I compost. I want people to compost. I think composting is amazing and good. This is not about discouraging compost. It's about what actually is going to impact the most people positively. So I appreciate the feedback. I right now am not supportive of a subsidy because of that, the behavior issue, until maybe we can see, because I think your point is exactly right. Like, folks who want to compost are going to compost. And we need to continue to spread the gospel of compost as part of our overall strategy. And if rates aren't changing the behavior, asking working folks who can't compost because of whatever reason to subsidize, I'm not there. So thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Christ.
Oh, thank you, Mayor. I thought I had a long wait. Well, I agree with Councilor Marsing. High five. And actually with Councilor Popkin. Another high five. I think we are incentivizing trash, and that maybe we should consider smaller bins for trash as a standard, and then offer our composting at the price it costs. There'll still be a savings to people because they'll be charged less for the smaller bins for trash, and they'll be incentivized to shift some of that was going in that bigger bin into another bin, the recycling and the composting. Because I think, if I'm reading this correctly, to Councilor Marsing's point, at $6.60 it was 28%, and at $9.90 it was 28%. So those are the people who are going to compost regardless. What we're trying to attract are the people who need more space, basically. And so they're willing to add on the compost bin, because now they have a small trash bin. And that's really, you have to shift your idea that not everything can go in the trash. So what goes in the recycling and what goes in the compost? I think that's honestly the way forward to incentivize composting.
Thank you. Councilmember Popkin.
Thank you. I want to respond to one question about the data here. So we just the rates went into effect when? January 1st? So we have approximately 6.5 months of data to speak to the rates. I just want to say, I do, if we had 5 years of data, I would say, hey, maybe the behavior, maybe we to think about this differently.
I don't think we're there yet. And I think that what we know through behavioral economics and all of humanity is that people respond to price signals pretty clearly. It might take a little while. There's an adjustment factor, there's an education factor, sure. But 10 cents on a plastic bag at the grocery store, and a lot of people are carrying cloth bags around or bringing their bags. That's 10 cents per bag, right? And so as people start to pay attention to these things, that is one of the clearest tools that we do have, and it doesn't cost us more. And I think there are other ways to increase composting too. And I hope we do. I appreciate my colleagues and fully agree with you. And let's have more size options. I think that makes a ton of sense here. But this is one of the clearest tools that we have that doesn't raise taxes more, that doesn't add more operational burden to our staff, and that really uses rates as a policy tool to achieve the goals we already have. So with that, I'm going to make a motion on this. And if you don't think it has everything in this that you would like to see, I'm open to friendly amendments that speak to size. So I'd like to motion to direct the city manager to develop a new ordinance for 2027 to 2028 sanitation rates that realigns our rate structures with the city's zero waste resolution target of 75% diversion by 2030 by 1, subsidizing the cost of curbside composting service through the trash rates, and 2, funding that subsidy by widening the price differential across the tiers for existing programs and packages to incentivize lower trash volumes and greater composting participation while continuing to recover the full cost of service to the sanitation fund.
Okay. So let me switch my screen. So the motion has been made to direct the city manager to develop a new ordinance for the 2027-2028 sanitation rates that realign our rate structure with the city's zero waste resolution target of 75% diversion by 2030 by 1, subsidizing the cost of curbside composting service through trash rates, and 2, funding that subsidy by widening the price differential across the existing tiers for pay-as-you-throw waste services packages and additional containers to incentivize lower trash volumes and greater composting participation while continuing to recover the full cost of the service to sanitation fund. And thank you for sending me the language. And that was seconded by Mayor Pro Tem McCoy. Do we have any comments or comments?
Yeah, I had a question.
Councilmember Prieto.
I had an initial comment. I mean, you guys already got a new customer right now. Like, you told me yard waste can go in these compost bins. Like, do you know how often I fill my freaking trash can? This is crazy. I'm like, where have you guys been my whole life? Again, I think a lot like spreading the gospel of compost, like Marsing said. I think that alone does so much. I think if we could reboot like an education campaign to residents and really like do some phone calls and targeting areas like people with yards, people with big yards. I'm just saying, I think we would have an increase in users, and if you can incentivize like first year at this price and then it goes up after that, especially since we don't have a lot of snow, I anticipate my yard work is gonna go through until December. So I'm just saying, I think knowledge is power, and just getting the word out there of what you can compost and deals that the city has to offer is powerful. Comment or question for Councilmember Popkin is, so if I'm reading this correctly, you're proposing that we subsidize it by increasing the rate for trash?
Yes. So this is where the rate realignment conversation comes into play. So the motion, from my understanding, and staff, please correct me if you have a different understanding, but my intent of the motion, and I believe as it's written, it would be to do two things. One, to subsidize the cost of composting, but in order to preserve the cost, like to meet the cost obligations we have, we would need to basically realign a couple of the other rates. And I don't want to discourage recycling because that's aligned with our waste diversion goals. So it would be, yes, increasing marginally the trash rate much less. And I'm curious if you could speak maybe briefly to like how much you think you'd have to tweak the trash rates, recognizing you haven't done all the modeling yet, but just so it's not as dramatic as I think you might think, given the number of customers we have in that.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Lance Smith. To answer your question, because about roughly a third of our customers, slightly less than a third of our customers are participating, for each dollar we would decrease the composting, we would have to increase that solid waste charge by about 30 cents.
Thank you. So it's spreading the costs out across more of a user base for that. And again, the other piece of the motion that I offered was to actually widen the price differential. So if you are able to reduce your volume of trash, you would actually still have a lower rate. And I would hope that we could look at kind of really how do we flip the incentive structure so it's not incentivizing bulk trash throwout, but like actually having the smallest bin, you get the best price there, and that those work in tandem. And so that still supports people. It doesn't mean you have to go to a zero waste household. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Councilmember Kolkoffer.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Popkin, I'd like to ask for a friendly amendment because I would like there to be 2 different sizes for compost, because I don't think right now I'm trying to reduce the amount of grass that I have on my property, and I'm nervous that if we're also incentivizing people to have a lot of yard waste by having this very large bin. So I would like a friendly amendment to add 2 different compost size bins, please.
Again, there are 2 different compost size bins currently. So, yeah.
Prices, okay.
Yes, I guess.
Yes? You,
I accept. Can
okay. So, do you accept or do not accept?
I do accept that,
Okay.
and I would just add it as like a number 3 to add 2
Yeah.
different size bins and pricing accordingly.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Mayor, while I have the mic for a second, I just want to clarify on the motion because you actually read slightly different wording
okay.
than what was actually in there.
So I'll reread it before we vote.
Okay.
Okay. Councilmember Marcin.
Question for staff. Sorry, potato chip. Do you feel that's and to Councilmember Popkins' point, which is a good one? Do you feel 6 months is a reasonable time span to have at least seen some behavior modification in the data or not? And I'm asking the expert's opinion because I don't know. I'm not a waste services expert. And it's like, yeah, if it's an I don't know, that's fine too.
I would say I don't really know. It's been 6 months that customers have seen their utility bills increase.
Mm-hmm.
They might not have dissected that to fully understand.
Whether they know that. And that kind of speaks to the core question of yeah, thank you. I appreciate that.
Okay. Okay, and so the active motion is to direct staff to develop a new ordinance for the 2027-2028 sanitation rates that realigns our rate structures with the city's zero waste resolution target of 75% diversion by 2030 by 1, subsidizing the cost of curbside composting service through the trash rates, and 2, funding the subsidy by widening the price differential across the tiers of existing programs and packages to incentivize lower trash volumes and greater composting participation while continuing to recover the full cost of service to the sanitation fund. And 3, to add pricing for different size bins for composting. And this will come back for us for further discussion as well, correct? Okay, yeah, can we wrap it up? Good. We're going to put a bow on it and vote. Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, we're ready to vote.
Mayor, one clarification. It's relevant to the wording change.
Okay, go ahead.
Thanks. This is what I was going to say before. So what I removed from that motion was the specificity on just looking at the pay-as-you-throw waste service packages and additional containers. I want staff to have full latitude if you think that a different structure or format makes sense.
So are you changing the language right now? Okay, then let's vote on this, please. Okay, and that carries 5-2 with Councilmember Marcin and Councilmember Prieto in opposition. And I do want to remind us on our norms for speaking efficiency. We do have keeping our remarks focused, as well as no need to fix, save, rescue, or set others straight. I believe that we've all kind of interpreted this. We've clarified the language. Staff has what they need, and I want to make sure that we are not beating a dead horse, so to speak. Thank you. Or any horse, yeah. Okay, thank you. Okay, so we do have one more item. No, actually, well, and we have 5 minutes left. Okay, so we have a motion to extend. And, no, so to extend past 11, and it was seconded by who? I will second that. Okay, yes, and we do have one item that is timely, that is on a time constraint, so.
Yes, Mayor, the variance needs to be heard.
Okay, and I will be moving our item C on a future meeting. So it's just this item. So, and then you just need to vote. Yeah. Okay, and that carries 6-1 with Councilmember Prieto in opposition. Okay, let's go ahead. We are now at the appeal of denial of a variance application by Planning and Zoning Commission regarding a setbacks variance at 1820 Juniper Street and consideration of Resolution 2026-48, a resolution for the Longmont City Council upholding the decision of the Planning and Zoning Commission to deny setback variance request for 1820 Juniper Street. And Molly Day?
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor. Hello, City Council. My name is Molly Day. I'm an associate planner with Planning and Development Services for the City of Longmont. This evening, I will try to give you a very brief presentation on the appeals procedure, as well as a brief overview of the specific appeal of a denial of a variance for 1820 Juniper Street. The subject property located at 1820 Juniper Street is shown here on this aerial map. It is part of the Wood Meadow Filing 3 subdivision. It is zoned residential single family, and its future land use designation and Envision Longmont is single family neighborhood. So the applicant this evening is requesting an appeal of a denial for a variance request concerning the continued existence of a concrete patio along the southern portion of the property. The original variance request was heard on May 27th by the Planning and Zoning Commission. This request was one of 4 variance requests for this property heard at that meeting on May 27th. The other 3 variance requests were approved or approved with conditions. This one was denied, and this is the only one for appeal this evening and the only one that will be discussed. The request was for a variance of 3 feet to allow a 0-foot setback along the southern property line for an existing concrete slab patio where a 3-foot setback is required. On this slide, we have the ILC survey of the property, and the portion of the concrete patio impacted by the denial of the variance is highlighted in green. On this slide, we have the resolution of the Planning and Zoning Commission denying the request, citing that the application did not conform to the applicable requirements in sections 15.02.055 and section 15.02.060I of the Longmont Land Development Code. So a brief overview of the appeal hearing procedure. The first step is my presentation and an overview of the actual appeal report. Following my presentation, a representative for the applicant will come up and will present their argument for why they think the denial should be overturned by City Council. Following the applicant's presentation, the City Council may then augment the record with any evidence that they deem necessary. And then they will have to answer some questions in order to come to their decision and then vote on how to decide. These are the 3 questions before City Council this evening. Don't worry, I will return to them on another slide. And then these are the decision-making outcomes of how you answer those questions will impact the decision that's made. So the review criteria for all application types when considering a variance application, as the Planning and Zoning Commission did, can be found in section 15.02.055 as shown on this slide and continued here. And the specific review criteria for variance applications can be found in section 15.02.060I5 as shown here and continued on this slide. So the three questions before the council this evening are: one, was Planning and Zoning Commission's decision to deny the variance plainly in error because the decision was not supported by any competent evidence in the record? Two, was Planning and Zoning Commission's decision to deny the variance plainly in error because the decision was plainly inconsistent with the review criteria in those previous sections I just showed? And three, was Planning and Zoning Commission's decision to deny the variance plainly in error because Planning and Zoning Commission exceeded its authority or jurisdiction as contained in the code or charter? These three questions are what you will be analyzing in order to then make your decision prior to voting. Thank you. That does conclude my portion of the presentation. So I would now like to welcome the applicant's representative to the podium to speak.
Hi, Council, Mayor. My name is Heather Harrington, and I'm actually speaking on behalf of part of the Chacon family. This is Leo Chacona as well. I'm actually not here to argue that property lines don't matter. They absolutely do. I'm here because I believe that this is actually a very unique situation, considering that this is a unique circumstance. The Chacon family has called this home almost for nearly 3 decades. When it came time to reconstruct their existing patio, they were able to approve long-standing condition on their property and create a space that was safer, more accessible for family members, and more functional for their family. This project wasn't built as a luxury upgrade or simply just to enhance their property, whether it did or not. Accessibility was an important part of the decision, along with improving the drainage and creating space that would better meet their family needs. It's also important to understand that this wasn't an expansion farther toward the neighboring property. The previous patio that had existed for many years, during the reconstruction, they actually reduced the footprint of the original patio by bringing it farther onto their property. They were trying to improve an existing condition, not make it worse. They are being asked to remove that work that they have put their hard-earned money into. If that happens, I think there are a lot of important questions that would deserve a lot of answer of what the plan would be to maintain the drainage of this project and what the plan would be if it was the homeowner's responsibility. If removing the patio creates future drainage issues or requires redesigning, who is responsible for those costs? But perhaps most importantly, is requiring removal really the most reasonable outcome when we're talking about a long-standing existing patio that was reconstructed with a smaller footprint for accessibility, safety, and drainage? When I think about this, I also think about the kind of community we want to be. A strong community should encourage homeowners to maintain and improve their properties, address safety and accessibility needs, and work towards solutions when unusual circumstances arise. I understand that this is an easy decision, but I hope that you'll consider that not only technical requirements of the code, but also the purpose of this variance that's put into play today, of the process itself, to recognize that situations where unique circumstances may warrant flexibility. The Chacon family has lived in this home for nearly 3 decades, like I had mentioned. They weren't trying to encroach farther onto anyone else's property or disregard concerns of fellow neighbors. They reconstructed an existing patio, reduced its footprint, addressed drainage that would further allow their home to be livable, and created something safer and more accessible for their family. I'm asking you to consider the people beyond this request, the purpose behind the project, the history of the property, and whether requiring its removal truly serves the intent of the code when reasonable alternative also may exist.
Thank you, Heather. Again, my name is Leo Chacon. I'm the son of Hector and Teresa Chacon, 1820 Juniper Street. We live in the Garden neighborhood, the Garden Acres neighborhood. And what I've noticed about that neighborhood, being there since I was 10 in 2003, was that the city lines, none of them are actually followed in the entire neighborhood. There is property extending onto everybody else's property, including concrete patios, awnings, trees, things that extend to other neighbors' property and over their property lines that was never actually dealt with as a problem, considering that the neighborhood cohesively, aesthetically, and for the function of all the families that live in that neighborhood, never had an issue with property lines. With that concrete that we're specifically talking about today, it was made with the intent and the purposes of several things. I saw that the seniors spoke earlier today and they said Longmont cares, so do my parents. And that is also partly why that patio extends past that property line in the 3 feet. And most apparently, you'll also notice that someone coming up here later needs a medical device and assistance of walking. Removing that patio creates a danger not only for my parents, but also that neighbor that has the domain over those 3 feet. Now, in the Colorado Revised Statutes, specifically I believe it's Title 38, it talks about property and personal property as well. In that, it also talks about eminent domain, which my parents do have, considering that since I've lived there in 2003, we've always had some patio or an entire deck over that 3-foot line without any other complaints. And in addition to that, if we do take out that concrete, it'll be nothing but dirt that is leveled out, which is going to create a risk for water collecting there and damaging the property, not only ours, but also the foundation of the residents that filed the complaint. This has been over $10,000, if not significantly more, taking all of our time, and we're here going up into midnight for a simple complaint that never ever had an issue since they built the house in 1985 going forward. So I don't understand why, if we're going to compromise our patio, which provides safe access, not only for our family, but our neighbors on the property, and create a possibility for water damage, because there is no plan that I believe they have to really amend any kind of water damage or how the water is going to leave that area. So if it does damage our property, who is going to fix that? If somebody is accessing our backyard and gets hurt, who's going to pay for those injuries? Right now, it goes without a 0-foot setback, but I think it's very interesting. It brings up a unique point that if we enforce this code and that my parents have to rebuild it, what it'll do is it puts on the table, do all of the other neighbors in that neighborhood have to abide by that code now, including the neighbors that filed that complaint, where their patio has 0-foot setback to the fence on the south side of their property. So if we have to enforce my parents to abide by these codes, I believe that everybody else should be held accountable to that as well. And I don't know how the city of Longmont feels, but having to send out a letter or something to all residents in Garden Acres neighborhood that they have to make their property to code is going to create a big financial burden, especially in this economy, for all those neighbors in that neighborhood when there was no pre-existing issue before other than this complaint that was possibly made out of a spite. But my parents always took the concern of their health and accessibility in both of our properties, always maintained and kept everything in pristine shape without the help of the also adjacent property that filed the complaint. So that's why I think that we should not have to set back or reconstruct our patio. The patio will become so thin that you can literally walk in the backyard in a single file line if you're not going to walk on the dirt. They don't have a plan for any filler, no rock, no cement, or anything of that sort, which also acts as a hindrance for us to actually provide a fire structure with the cement so that if anything does happen fire-wise, it doesn't continue onto the following property because of the debris or anything that's left on their 3 feet that I know they will not maintain. And they have not since 1985. So.
Thank you.
Sorry for my shaky voice.
No,
I get really excited, so I'm like
it.
a little
Yeah,
chihuahua
no,
up
I
here.
get
So.
Yeah. No, thank you. Okay. And then, so that's
all we
the
have to
final.
say.
Okay. And then, so we are now on part 3, which is the, what do I have? Augment, the record. So we did have a couple of other people on, public invited to be heard. So, if council is fine with this, we would like to give them the opportunity to speak. Okay. So, first name, Patrick, Barrett.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. My name is Patrick Barrett. I bought that house in 1985. My wife and Deborah and I live at 1816 Juniper Street, and we ask you to deny this appeal. I want to start with one simple fact. The concrete next door doesn't just sit close to our property, it crosses the line onto our land, and it comes within about 6 inches of our home's foundation. We did not agree to that. We were never asked. I also ask you not to be misled by the claim that this has been there for 25 years. It has not. This work is recent, and your own chief building counsel put it in writing last October. The permit was, in his words, mistakenly approved without verifying the setbacks. So this didn't slip through decades ago. It happened recently on a permit the city admits should never have been issued. This wasn't harmless either. When the concrete went in, it splattered and damaged the siding in our house. Our landscaping along the side was torn, and the drainage, which had been in place, was removed. So when the appeal says there's no evidence of harm, the harm is already done, and it's on our property. We understand the family raised an accessibility need, and we generally don't take that lightly. But the answer to that need is to build a safe level patio on their own lot within their own setbacks. The answer cannot be to build it on ours. Their need doesn't change where the property line is. They've now offered to pull the patio back to the line and add a swale, but pulling it back to the line still leaves no zero setback, creates a drainage issue, roof runoff, and doesn't meet the setback requirements for fire protection. This still doesn't restore what was taken out on our side. All we're asking is for the code, for what the code already requires, and what every other homeowner on the street has to follow. The City Planning Commission unanimously denied this. We're asking you to deny the appeal, uphold the violation, and order the concrete and everything in our setback removed, and our property put back the way it was. And I've been under a state of trespass since October because of this permit that was put in that should not have been put in. It's not right. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. The next name, Deborah Barrett. Okay.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Deborah Barrett. I live at 1820 Juniper Street, 1816 Juniper Street. All of this concrete was put in October 13th last year, 2025. So we're 10 months into this. We had discussed it with the planning department, Grant, Matt, everybody's been involved, Molly.
Can you move the microphone closer?
Oh,
to
I'm
you?
sorry.
No, thank you.
So this has been ongoing. The concrete is 6 inches from our house. Setbacks are made for a reason. They're not put in for any code, other than to maintain the property. Our property was perfect on that side. We didn't have any issues. There was 4 feet of rock for drainage. Now there's 6 inches of mud and a few rocks. They removed all of it, took it and put it in the dump. So all of that was gone without any discussion with us. We just happened to come across it and called the city. We did try to discuss it with them. They totally dismissed us and said it would be okay. And if we needed somebody to get in there professionally to work, they would have to figure it out. And they did cut back the patio cover, which was also 6 inches from our house. How can you work on your house when it's that close? We can't get foundation work done. God forbid we need it. What damage have they done to that? So we're just asking that you deny this appeal, and they have to cut it back. I know that we own 3 feet of that property. They put a lock on the gate, so we can't maintain our property. But there's also a deed warranty that comes into effect where, yes, they can be on that property. It's on their side. You know, they've had a waterfall over there. They've had chairs. So they've used it, but there's always been 4 or 5 feet of rock over there. And they do have their flat rocks in their backyard that were there before, the pavers. So it would be safe for them to walk on if it's put in correctly and level. So we're just asking you that you deny this so that we can protect our property rights like any other person. Patrick had this house built in 1985. He's been there since then, maintaining it properly. So, thank you.
Thank you. I do see an Aurelio. Was that you? Yeah. If you, yeah, come on. I guess, so you have already spoken.
Yeah, that's me. I did speak, yeah.
Okay. So yeah, I think, we're just gonna, and Heather Harrington, that was you. Okay, no, I was just clarifying that, because you spoke during the appellate
Okay.
type. Okay, so now, now we're on the next part, which it would be questions and discussion from council. So, moving on to this, and then can you go back to the questions? You know, this is tough. I've always, when these have come forward. Yes, go ahead.
Mayor and council, the next step would be rebuttal of the additional evidence by staff or the appellant if they have
then
any.
they do have that opportunity. Okay. So do we have any rebuttal? So now, Aurelio, if you wanted to respond back. Thank you, Eugene, for that. Yeah. Or staff, if staff wants to interject as well.
So there is something that I'd like to make as a clarification. No one up here, I mean, everybody's been in the same room for the last 20 minutes. Nobody said that the patio was there for 25 years. I was saying that there's always been a structure in some form that has always been over those 3 feet. Also, the maintenance of what they say or alleged to do or will have done, if given the opportunity to get access to the 3 feet on my parents' property, I know that they don't have the resources, the funding, the ambition, the motivation, or anything of the sorts to maintain their home that they did purchase in 1985.
Order.
There's multiple water damages done to the side of their housing that they also claim that my parents did, which I never knew that in order to build a patio, you had to use a power hose. And then, also, the sense is that, yes, this does provide a space for our family to have access safely in our backyard. And it also is in the favor of himself or them that if they go into our backyard, they can also go in and have accessibility in a safe manner. Now, also this concrete does provide a shielding over that, the foundation issue. If, like I said, if my parents have to cut down that concrete and they have to have dirt there that's leveled, the water will collect. My parents will not fund any renovations for the drainage system. In regards to water runoff, we all have gutters on our awnings. My parents spent a lot of money in order to make sure that that was in place to evade any damages done to our property and also the unmaintained property that was grossly negligently non-maintained over decades. So if that is an issue, yes, they can have their 3 feet, but in that sense, to make it safe for our family to have accessibility to our house that we've had for over 2 decades, are they going to put rock in there? The plants and rock that they talked about were the plants and rocks that my parents bought. And they bought it because they bought it for both sides of the house and all throughout the backyard, all matching. Had they have ever bought anything to have maintenance over their side of the 3 feet, it wouldn't have our rose bushes, it wouldn't have our flowers, it wouldn't have our benches, it wouldn't have our rock that my parents have spent tens of thousands of dollars on to maintain. Also, the maintenance of the front yards are also going over the property line that my parents have for eons, ever since I've lived there in 2003, always maintained. I've never seen them ever cut grass. I've never seen them paint anything other than the trimming that had to be replaced. So, and it is a fire hazard. Looking at the siding of their house, that thing can go up like that, especially with this heat. And now my parents have to put their house at risk because what would have been a deterrent from, we all live in Longmont, the houses are extremely close together. It was a bad design in the 80s. So if something, God forbid, something happens to their side of the house, why do my parents have to take the risk of them not maintaining their property and putting our property in jeopardy while minimizing our accessibility? You know, we do have people that have to have certain accessibility to our house that is on flat surface because of ankles and because of wheelchairs. And like I said, Longmont cares, and my parents aren't getting any younger, and neither are our neighbors, obviously. So
Thank you. Okay, staff, do you have any clarification or
Thank you, Mayor.
insight?
I
Yes.
don't have anything to add, but I am available for questions if anyone
Okay,
has
so
any
now we can
questions.
move on to the next part, which would be questions from council. Do we have any questions from council? So as we look at these questions, this is where I was going to go back to. I mean, the questions are pretty black and white. And, you know, if you want to read through those three, you know, it's yes or no from us. And it's really based on the decision. I know it's hard to the tendency to want to get emotional, but and that's why these are always really hard for me when they come back, because you're looking at it from the decision that P&Z made to deny. Councilmember Prieto.
Question for P&Z. Can you just give a little bit of background information as to when this was originally approved and what might have been missed during that time?
Since I'm the one who missed it. Mayor and Council, Matt Payette, Chief Building Official. I think it was in late October. I believe what Mr. Barrett said was correct, October 25th? 25th. I did approve the permit, which was a mistake because we did not have the site plan that you saw earlier.
Which was malfeasance.
And I missed it, and as soon as the Barretts had called in and said, hey, this is really close to our house, our inspectors went out and did look at it, and that inspector returned pictures to me, and that's when I realized my mistake. Immediately after that, I started conversations with the planning department as well as the city attorney's office as to our next steps.
Okay, thank you so much for
Yeah.
sharing that. And then there's questions regarding the property line going over the concrete goes into the adjacent properties property. Has that always been like that way, or is there a fence that runs along that has always kind of been used as kind of that property line? I'm just trying to get an understanding here as to like how that could have happened. Sometimes we have fences that run aligned, and then when we do like the numbers or we measure, then we figure out, oh, actually it's supposed to be pushed back. Or could you talk to us a little bit about that?
Which is where the previous speaker's point about how this was a poorly designed neighborhood from the 80s. So as you can see on the screen, the property line is at the bottom edge of the green. That is the official property line. There is a 3-foot easement from the property line to the north. So from the official property line, essentially the easement allows the use for the owner of lot 13, in which case would be 1820. The use means that they can spend time on it. The easement doesn't, if you correct me if I'm wrong, Molly, that doesn't allow them to build on an easement. So regardless of what the easement's for, you're not allowed to build on an easement. And so the fence line that you asked about is coming right off of the corner of the house for 1816 and goes back to the back fence. And so that's hence the confusion of this whole neighborhood, because this whole neighborhood is set up exactly the same way.
Okay.
And there is definitely the point, which I did bring up to Grant, that this could start a domino effect across this whole neighborhood.
Okay. And then what have we done in the past? I mean, I guess my concern is it was a bit of an oversight on the city's end, and concrete is not inexpensive thing to put in. What have we done in the past as far as P&Z to where we help residents fix or
That I'm not sure.
remediate or resolve other than adding additional cost? Because I guess my concern is, when we talk about just the cost of anything on
course.
your property, sometimes it's savings for certain folks, and there may not be the additional monies available for folks to draw back or do another one, or
Which, as far as I know, we don't necessarily have a process for what you're describing.
so this is probably like something that's happened it's probably kind of a one-off.
Yeah, I mean, I know this hasn't happened since for the last 10 years that I've been with the city.
Thank you so much for answering my questions. Harold, did you have something to add?
So I think anytime we have situations like this, I think there's two different pieces. So you're dealing with this in terms of a planning and zoning component. The other side is a risk component that something would have to come in there to risk management and look through the processes that we have there, because it's two different questions.
Okay, that's all my questions for now.
Councilmember Marcy.
I'll pass, Mayor, on this one. Sorry.
Okay.
I wanna-
Councilmember Kalkofer.
Thank you, Mayor. So for this, thanks for having this slide up. So 7.5 feet is what I'm assuming the concrete is. Is that correct? From the house to where it's sitting?
This particular outline isn't 100% correct because the concrete as of right now does go up to within a few inches of the neighbor's house. At least last time I was there.
Gotcha. And they wouldn't have to remove the entirety of it. They would have to cut it and remove whatever's on the easement. Is that correct? And the 3 foot.
So I believe that the current ask is to cut it back to where the green is showing, because that would be the 0 lot line. Right now, that the concrete patio extends past the lot line, and so what the applicant is asking is to leave it at the lot line.
Understood. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, Councilmember Popkin.
Thank you, Mayor. Matt, you can stay up there for one more moment. In just building on the questions that Councilmember Prieto was asking, the letter revoking the permit back in November of last year, I believe, stated that the rationale for revoking that was due to incomplete or inaccurate information provided in the application. You're speaking to some operational errors on the city's side too. Was there also inaccurate or incomplete information submitted?
So there wasn't an ILC like the one you see on screen. That was never submitted. So we didn't have any official survey to show the property lines or setbacks.
So there was incomplete information
Yes.
submitted as part of that, and then you're saying there was a lack of due diligence there, and basically
Correct.
kind of following through on that. Okay, thank you. This is tough, and first of all, I just want to say thank you to everyone who is still here tonight. I know it's late, and I know this is the second of these kinds of meetings you probably didn't want to be sitting through, whether it's the Chacones or the neighbors. I know you probably didn't want to be here for a whole host of reasons, so thanks for bearing with this. We have a process that's trying to orient as consistent and as fair a process as we're able to apply to all residents and businesses throughout the city. I'll just echo a little bit of what the mayor was saying before, that our job tonight is to evaluate whether the Planning and Zoning Commission erred in its decision in approving and denying the setback variance request. P&Z already granted multiple variances with conditions, as Molly presented, and this specific variance request was not granted, and that's what really the question before us. I also want to remind council that, and having been through a few different variance hearings as well, both on planning and zoning before and now on council, upholding this decision is not a critique of anyone in particular. It isn't a critique of a property owner, it isn't a critique of a neighbor or an individual in this. It is a decision rooted in fairness and following our process that we have in service of the city's standards and property rights for all residents, businesses, and their neighbors. So I personally appreciate the credibility and the thoughtful consistency of the Planning and Zoning Commission's thorough hearing on this, on multiple variances related to this back in May. And they spent about 2 hours discussing and asking questions of staff on this. And you may have watched this as well. So I just want to acknowledge the Planning and Zoning Commission's journey throughout this and staff support through this too.
Councilmember Marcin.
Thank you, Mayor. And I want to echo that this is hard. This is the first appeal of this kind that I've seen, and I know that there are intense emotions involved in it for everyone. These are people's property rights. These are also people's homes, and there are very real human pieces of this. As has been said, that is unfortunately not the question in front of us. The question in front of us are very strict review criteria related to whether or not, the choice.
Can we go back to the questions?
Yeah,
on the
please.
slide?
I was going to mention
Yeah.
them. Because it is helpful to illustrate that while I can be sympathetic to the needs for accessibility and other issues, the challenge in front of me in a quasi-judicial appellant setting is that, frankly, none of these questions are related to those. The challenge in front of me is whether or not the decision was made. So I do have some questions for staff. The ILC, right? Should an applicant in our process typically submit that piece? Is that a typical part of our process?
That is a typical part of our process.
And we just missed that wasn't part of the process.
And yep, I just completely overlooked it.
And I did watch the hearing, and I appreciated our understanding and our saying in the P&Z hearing that was a mistake that was made, certainly, but that the applicant did not necessarily provide that information to us in that process. And that's challenging. And just in terms of the specific review criteria that P&Z settled on, can staff identify if there was one piece of specific evidence or in the hearing, and I just, for everyone's understanding, that P&Z relied on to deny the setback, if there was one specific piece of evidence for the patio, and explain why that evidence was sufficient under the variance criteria?
Thank you for the question, Councilmember Marcin. Yes, near the end of the meeting, I believe it was Commissioner Boone who brought up the fact that the drainage was a concern for the neighboring property, considering where the patio is located. And then I believe it was also Vice Chair Earl who brought up the fact that when reviewing this specific request, there is the exceptions to setbacks that can be found in table 1503080. I think I have that memorized.
Yeah.
Feel free to check it. And that's where it provides that any slab patio can be 3 feet away from any property line and encroach into any setback by 3 feet, which is not what they're requesting. And so I believe it was those sections of the land development code that they were looking at specifically when then looking at the review criteria as a whole.
I appreciate that, and that's a pretty direct answer. Yeah, I know we have an additional part and
Yeah,
additional microphone on, so
Yes. Okay, thank you. Councilmember Kalkoffer.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, this one's tough. And our question is not whether we personally like the outcome, but whether the Planning and Zoning Commission was plainly in error under the appeal standard of our code. The appeal concerned only one narrow piece of the project, the request for a zero foot setback on the concrete patio slab, which requires a minimum of 3 foot separation from the adjacent property line for slabs and patios. Our code puts the burden on the applicant to show that P&Z's decision was not supported by any competent evidence in the record, which was plainly inconsistent with the variance criteria or exceeded P&Z's authority. I want to acknowledge that the family's real accessibility needs and frustrations with the permit history. They relied on the city, and they have a daughter and aging parents who level surfaces are important. That matters. But our job tonight is to apply the law consistently. Given the evidence in the record and the criteria we adopted, I don't see a basis to say that P&Z was plainly in error with refusing the 3 foot setback into a 0 foot for the slab.
Thank you. So when we go through the questions, if I recall correctly, you propose the first one and we have to answer with a yes or no. Is that correct? I mean, we could. So was P&Z's decision to deny the variance plainly an error because the decision was not supported by any competent evidence in the record? So if we think about, with a yes or no.
Can we have a break,
A break?
Well, I think there's information that was presented tonight that's all so new and like to move, like I just need time to process and think and 5 minutes would be sufficient? Just to be
So,
fair and make sure
yes.
I'm considering.
Yeah, because I mean, really, we are looking not at the issue, the thing, but it's P and Z's decision.
Yeah,
So based
I
on what was
understand the
in our
difference
packet,
between legal,
yes,
ethical,
and so
moral.
that's, I would prefer that we move on. So,
It's, I mean,
yeah.
it's not good
So,
practice, Mayor.
No,
And I typically
so,
don't.
you know what, I'm actually going to call this out of order. So thank you. Your mic is not on and you were not acknowledged to speak at this time. So the first question at hand is, was P and Z's decision to deny the application not supported by any competent evidence in the record? So that was based on what we saw in the packet, based on testimony and our presentation. So, just going down, yes or no? Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you,
Councilmember
Mayor.
Hopkins.
Just on the questions here and the process here, my understanding from the appellate letter, and maybe staff
Yes.
can clarify this,
Yeah.
is that they were only these are the questions technically before council
Yes.
that we have to answer in this process, but the
Yes.
appellant only alleged, to my understanding, number one, that there was not competent
think
evidence
we
in the
have
record.
to
Am I correct
still-
on that?
My thought was, because I've seen this before, but I thought we've had to answer on all three questions.
If that's your preference, I don't mind, but
I mean, we can. No, yeah, I know what you're referring to in the letter. But when we are considering, I thought when we are considering a reversal of a P and Z decision, we have to analyze all three questions.
Mayor and Council,
Yes.
Eugene May, City Attorney. I believe Councilmember Popkin is correct that
Okay.
the only criteria that they alleged in their appeal letter is the lack of competent evidence.
Yes, okay, so that would just be number one. So we don't even have to answer the other two?
Those were not raised in the appeal.
Okay.
we can, for the sake of just clarity, Mayor, we can just
Yeah.
acknowledge those are not relevant based
Yeah.
on the appellant letter. If that
Mhm.
saves a little bit of time here.
And the resolution does address all three criteria for completeness.
Yeah.
Thank you for
Okay.
clarifying.
Yep, thank you for that. Okay. So, so this is basically a yes or no. So where do we feel? So I'm gonna just come down the aisle, if I recall correctly. We could just, so Councilmember Kalkoffer, was P and Z's decision to deny the variance plainly in error because the decision was not supported by any competent evidence in the record? Yes or no? No, okay. Councilmember Marcin?
No.
Councilmember Christ?
No.
No. My answer is no. Mayor Pro Tem, no. Councilmember Popkin?
No.
No, and Councilmember Prieto. So it's number one, was P and Z's decision to deny the variance plainly in error because the decision by the commission was not supported by any competent evidence in the record?
I mean, I'm not a lawyer, and I'm trying to
So-
interpret this language, and I think I can argue that
So-
with the initial decision,
Yeah.
and then the drawback, I
So,
would say
yes?
yes.
Okay, so you're saying yes. So we do have 6-1 who agree that, who do not agree that the decision was to deny the application not supported by any competent evidence in the record. Yeah. So the no, the negative. So then the, so that means that the denial stands. Is that correct? Help me with the language here, it's getting late.
Mayor and Council,
Yes.
if that's the direction that council is going, you
Yes.
can make a motion to approve the resolution, which would
Okay,
formalize the
so-
decision into our resolution,
Okay.
by approval of the resolution.
So let me go back to that document. So, can I have a motion to then, okay,
Resolution 2026-48.
okay. So the, motion to approve the resolution 2026-48 was made by Councilmember Christ, seconded by Councilmember Kalkoffer? Okay. So, seeing no one in the queue, let's go ahead and vote. Okay, and that carries 6-1 with Councilmember Prieto in opposition. Okay, thank you. These ones always confuse me because it's the negative, which is then the affirmative because it supports, yeah, the motion. Okay. So we have skipped, we're going to be bringing back our action plan, email organization, boards and commissioner feedback at a future meeting. So it's earlier in the evening. We are now on final call, public invited to be heard. Do we have any members of the audience wishing to speak? Okay. If you are going to speak, please come make your way down. Thank you, and you will have 3 minutes. Oh, can you please put on your mic? There we go.
I'm filling in for Linda, who was supposed to talk to you. She had to leave because she has to make donuts in 4 hours, so
no.
she's gone. But she emailed each of you the video. I know a couple of you have made comments that you've watched it. I'm hoping that it touches your heart because Longmont was part of this situation. And you guys really helped back then. But last year we came and asked you to consider us for your budget, and we never heard anything back where we have gotten support from small towns around the situation of where this happened. So we're hoping that you would consider put us into the budget. This is important because this is the reason
Sorry. Continue.
This is the reason that your suitcase is x-rayed. This is a tragedy that happened that helped 9/11 have laws changed so this would be prevented again and help with their situation. This has been forgotten by Colorado. I'm upset by it because this is important. It should be in the school books. If 9/11 is so broadcast, why is this one not? And I just really hope that you guys would read through what she said and take it to heart. In the brochure that she's going to pass out to you, there's a picture of a man in here. His name is Conrad Hops. He is 89 now. He was 17 at the time. There were 40 bodies that landed on his property, his dad's property, and his future wife. They drove around and circled the bodies that night. She says to me when I interviewed her recently, because we're going to have a sign for the 150th anniversary from History Colorado has put us into a grant that we are going to be historically marked. But she said back in the day, they came in, they removed the bodies and took it up to Greeley, to the armory, had them identified. They took the plane and reconstructed it at Stapleton Airfield. And no one ever came back and checked on them at Weld County. They had no help with their emotions, with even their field was left, a mess. So this is really a tragedy for them. And they're getting to the end of their life. And we're just hoping that they can have this memorial before they're gone. And there's a lot of videos you can watch. Denver 7 has been very supportive. This last year on the 70th, 2 generations came back and met each other. They had never seen each other. And one of them drove down and put actually on one of our signs on the leg, flowers, a picture, and their name. So if you guys would even want to go by and look at that, we are off of Highway 66, Colorado Boulevard, Ronald Reagan Parkway, and Blue Stem, it goes Bear Lakes. So it's
Thank you.
marked.
Thank
So
you.
thank you. I was going to talk to you after that, but that's okay.
Thank you. Okay. Anyone else? Oh. No. Okay. Come on down.
Good morning, Mayor, Council members. Scott Stewart, 229 Grant.
Not yet. 15 minutes. Good evening.
Good evening.
Yeah.
Sorry. Non-major enterprise funds, sanitation, golf, airport. Sanitation came to you tonight because they had a budget issue. They're solving it internally by adjusting the rates and charges and moving money around and what have you. This is how the enterprise fund's supposed to go. Golf. Golf had a problem. It was a big problem. They went to the ballot box to address the irrigation issue. That was a $3 million issue. The city voted on it. We said we'd support Gulf. Gulf understood once they got into that project, they actually had an $8 million issue, not the $3 million they asked the voters for. What do? They changed their rates and charges, and they're solving their own $8 million issue over time. This is how you run an enterprise fund. The airport has left their base landing rate lease at the same for years, and at the same time, they're asking the city to subsidize the budget. What's different here? What's different here is you've got management that can actually operate those other two funds, yet the airport refuses to charge reasonable stuff. That subsidy, it's more than 10% of their budget. It's beyond 10% of their budget. That's ridiculous. And we're subsidizing that. Provide the airport with the financial tools to operate the enterprise fund, self-supporting, self-funding. Start running this airport like it matters. And at some point, maybe we can get away from FAA obligations. But in the beginning, ATF's got to go away. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, anyone else? Seeing none, I will close public invited to be heard, and we are now on to mayor and council comments. Okay, seeing none, city manager remarks. Okay, city attorney remarks.
No comments, Mayor.
Okay, can I have a motion to adjourn? So we have a motion to adjourn. It is seconded. All those in favor? Aye. Okay, we are adjourned. Okay.